What's going on YouTube?
Hello. We are back.
Welcome to Dopamon's first ever live stream. The NHL Entry Draft.
And we're working.
And we're working.
This works.
Hear me. Cool.
Yeah.
What's going on, peeps?
Oh, it's good to see you guys again. What are we doing here, Ryan?
We are streaming the first round of the draft. We'll be live for a few hours or however long it takes for this to end. I have
3
no
hours,
idea.
7 hours.
I have no idea how long the first round is going to be because it's different this year because of COVID. It's going to be kind of all over the place. I think it's going to be obviously virtual. It's not going to be people walking up to the stage and all that sort of nonsense. So it might be quicker in that sense. Don't have to stand there and pose for a picture and do all that sort of thing.
What were you saying about the hats?
Oh, yeah. I heard that every prospect who could go in the first round got sent a team hat so they can put it on when they do their, I don't know, if they have like an interview or, with all the media trying to get after them. So,
yeah, it sucks to be the guy in the second round who has all these hats on and has to wait until tomorrow.
Yeah, this will still be able to put one on, but it'll only be like the top draft peeps. Right now, we're just waiting. We're just waiting for the first round to set up, and we'll bring it to you. I have Ty Smolanek, as you can see, going first overall to the New York Rangers. It's a good pick. Obviously, we'll update that as it goes. And we'll talk about our picks. We did a mock draft on the channel. You can go check that out if you want to, if you have some time before the draft. We did a mock draft saying where we thought guys were going to go, and it ended up pretty different, which I was happy about.
Mm-hmm. But a lot of the same, too.
Yeah, a few same guys in there, so we're going to really see who actually goes, and we'll see who's more right and who's the better at analyzing hockey players.
See, I think that your analysis is incredible, and I appreciate your insight.
Your analysis is also incredible. Thank you very much.
Mine's better.
Mine's better, yeah. It's a little better. Obviously, you can see we're wearing the Sens and Leafs colors. I only have the one pick in this draft, but Alex has several that he is excited for. Yeah. 2 in the top 5, which is insane.
Can't wait to see either Stützle or Byfield with an Ottawa hat on, and then we'll see at number 5. Could be Yaroslav Askarov, could be Jamie Drysdale, could be Lukas Raymond, could be Marco Rossi. Probably.
There's so many options.
Yeah, there's so many options. Can't really go wrong in this draft of the top 10 pick.
Yeah, Brian Burke was just talking on Sportsnet as the broadcast we're watching. Just was talking about what he called edges,
yeah.
Where there's obviously like a top grouping on the top, and then a ledge, and then another group at 4 to 10. But it's so huge apparently this year. Anyone could go anywhere between number 4 and number 12 even. Like some guys could jump crazy amounts. So there's no specific player that this guy's definitely going 4. This guy's definitely going 7. No, it's all over the place. Which I'm really excited for. It's the first draft in a while that's been like that. I remember last year was a little bit set in the top 10.
For sure.
There wasn't a whole lot of action in the top 10. So this draft will definitely see some
we
action.
could see people who we think going in the second round go in the top 15 even.
Could be.
It could be a great, could be really interesting.
Could be for sure. I saw a comment in our mock draft video. Someone said, I'd be really excited to see Shakir Mukhamadullin go to the Leafs at 15. And while that seems like a crazy reach on Toronto's behalf, I wouldn't be surprised if they
really
drafted
like
that guy.
Game. You can go back to our draft video. I talk about him at the end. I think he's going to go in the second round, but I would love to see him go in the first. I'm a huge fan.
Also, I want to hear someone pronounce his name.
Yes, please.
Because I'm positive I'm not saying that right.
Shakir Mukhamadullin.
10 minutes to the draft here.
And then we get to hear Gary Bettman talk. It's always the best part.
And to hear Gary Bettman talk without the booze.
Don't worry, we will provide the booing. Don't worry, fans.
Yes. Boo. Everyone boo. Throw down the booze in the chat when you see Gary Bettman. I'm sure we'll see him at some point. I'd be shocked if we didn't see a Bettman sighting tonight.
He likes to get his face into every single public occasion that he can.
Yeah.
He likes to be the face of the entire NHL.
Absolutely.
Like somehow it's like he'll just come onto the ice and be like, it's all about the players, but you can tell he's sort of like
yeah, you can tell he's holding something back.
Right.
Yeah.
You're really just making it all about you, Gary.
Something we haven't talked about on the channel that happened today, this afternoon, is Max Domi is a Columbus Blue Jacket. Was traded earlier today. It was Max Domi and was it a third?
Yes,
a third for Josh Anderson in Columbus. So Josh Anderson going to Montreal for Max Domi, which is interesting.
I don't know who won for Columbus.
Yeah, I don't know who won that trade. Alex says Columbus. I'm a little more on the fence with it. I'm not a huge Max Domi fan, but I could see why Columbus would want him. But Josh Anderson had a really good deal, and he was I don't know. Maybe he just wasn't fitting there.
Yeah,
changing it up
with the injury. It's
wanted more offense potentially in Max Domi.
I could see that, and who they pick with this third round pick that they got, that could be a huge factor in this trade.
Picks are going to be big. Anything in the top 3 rounds is going to be a big pick because this draft is really deep, man. It's super deep.
Yeah, the NHL talent going into the third round, and you don't get that very often. You know, you get a few guys who are highlights, but not this much talent, this deep. Yeah,
there are guys that we picked at like 20, 25 that last year could have gone inside the top 10, to be completely honest. Last year was a little bit less of a little bit shallow draft last year, I think, but this year's deep, real deep. What's Domi's contract?
Might be a contract issue. Saving some money for Montreal.
I don't know what Domi's contract is like.
Yeah, if you're watching this, comment down below whether you think LA is going to take Stützle or Byfield.
Yeah, because that's the first big question. 100%. Where's Montreal?
In the middle. There you go.
Oh, I'm not looking for Montreal anymore. I'm looking for Columbus. Oh, Domi's an RFA.
Oh, that was just the rights to his...
Oh. That makes a little less sense then, for me. You train a guy and with RFA rights who's 25. That is interesting.
It shows the third might have been, a more significant part of that trade than...
Yeah, and everyone let on. Josh Anderson also an RFA, so it was just an RFA rights trade, I guess.
What did he make in his last? It was an injured riddled season. He didn't play a lot, but 20-something games, 8 points. He definitely played more.
I was wrong when I said he was under contract before. For some reason, I could swear he was under contract, but he's not. He's an RFA. But 2 years ago, he had a little bit of an injury-plagued season last year. Only had 4 points. But the year before that, he had 47 points, 27 of them goals in a full season. So, Josh Anderson could be. He's a prick to play against.
And I think with the year that he had and the contract that he did have, he's cheaper to qualify, cheaper to re-sign, which Montreal might be looking for. I can see that as a cap. Montreal saving some cap space.
Very interesting. webcam went fuzzy there. Sorry.
Ooh. Focus on us. The prizes here. We're the real goods.
Yeah.
And of course, the tomorrow at 11:30 Eastern, round 2 will start. We probably not going to have a live stream for that, but at the end of the day, we are going to have a video to summarize and recap free agency. I don't know,
free agency is on Friday.
Just the second round, just to talk about.
Yeah, we will be doing both on the channel though. We'll be doing a draft recap. We'll be doing a free agency recap on the weekend. It's going to be a crazy week.
I should know.
Crazy week. First day free agency is Friday. Friday, October 9th. That's Friday, right? Yeah. No, it's going to be a crazy week. Whatever you have planned this week, cancel it. Crazy week in the NHL for sure. Just about ready to go. We're 4 minutes out from the draft. We're just in commercial right now.
It's any consolation. Every single prospect, same spot we are. Sitting behind their computer waiting to be heard.
Legit, yeah. Honestly. We're about ready to go. About ready to go. I want to see some trades. How about you?
Yeah, I want to see really active.
I want to see some action.
Yeah. To see what Ottawa's doing with that 28th pick. That's a big one.
I'd be so excited if Ty Smolanic goes first round.
That'd be very interesting. I'm a huge fan.
We have him on our draft board at first. Obviously, that's not who we're thinking is going to go first.
It's not?
It's not? Oh, no.
I had him pretty high up on mine.
We'll just take him out.
Yeah.
Hello, Ty Smolanic?
Uh-oh. Doesn't want to go.
Who doesn't want to exit? There we go. Ty Smolanic did not want to get off my draft board. That's awful. You can see our board right down below me. We'll be updating it as we go.
Right over here.
I'll be updating as we go along.
So you'll be able to see it, and we'll also be announcing as they come along, and we'll have a special surprise for you. The GM's announcing it themselves.
Yeah, we're gonna cut into our live stream here that we're watching of the draft. One minute out, boys. 1 minute out.
Also today, the contracts of Justin Abdelkader and Jack Johnson were bought out by Detroit and Pittsburgh.
Yeah, Jack Johnson was yesterday. Carl Olsner was today.
Oh, right, yeah.
But you're also right with Jack Johnson was also bought out.
Yeah, that was yesterday.
Big contracts getting bought out. I'm not that shocked. I'm surprised they didn't buy out Olsner like 3 years ago. I'm not gonna lie. When he started, going back and forth from the minors. I guess they figured they could pay him. But with the NHL cap situation the way it is, guys are getting bought out that wouldn't otherwise normally get bought out. I bet you that Bobby Ryan wouldn't have got bought out. Jack Johnson even.
King Henrik?
King Henrik. 1 year? King Henrik is a little bit different situation, I think, because...
they have a lot of space. Just
they have
for 1
two
year.
big goalies too. That's the other thing, right? There's a logjam of goalies on New York, so he would have been.
I think a different team could have taken. They could have done something else with him.
I don't know. I don't think they could have traded them at any point. $8.5 million for a backup is way too much, and I don't think anyone's making him their starter. It's an unfortunate situation for Hank.
Yep.
But true professional. He's going to go back, and he's probably going to play next year, and I'm excited to see where he goes.
I'd love to see him in a Vancouver jersey.
Yeah, that was your prediction the other day. I really like that prediction.
Yeah, back up to Thatcher Demko.
Back up Thatcher Demko, be the veteran guy. You got the Swedish connection with the Sedins, heavily involved in Vancouver. Henrik, obviously, friends with them off the ice. So I think it's a great idea for Vancouver. I don't think you re-sign Markstrom. I think you run with Demko and you bring in a guy to help his development. And Henrik Lundqvist, I almost said Henrik Sedin. Henrik Lundqvist being that guy, and the old veteran to teach Demko the ways could be the play.
I do like Markstrom, but I wouldn't sign him for the 5-6 million that I think he's looking for.
No, I wouldn't do it either.
Especially when you have Demko behind him. You got your future goaltender, future starter right there. You just need a backup, and you don't need to spend $5 million over 5 years for a backup.
Nice boss.
Yep, you got him. Need a social media manager.
Yeah, honestly.
Yeah. We've reached that level of hockey analyzation.
Doberman, big brand. Big brand.
Hire an intern, maybe. Give him a credit in communications.
Totally. Oh my goodness! So the draft is on right now, and they got 30 different screens for every team, I guess, and then the top picks in another room. Look at these boys, sharp.
Oh, look at that.
Sharp. We're sitting here in our freaking team jerseys, and we should have put on suits for this. I feel underdressed. I feel way underdressed.
Yeah, these kids have really. Oh, damn. And a bow tie too.
Someone was in a bow tie.
Yeah, nice bow
Props
tie.
to that guy, honestly. Not a lot of people can pull off a bow tie. I couldn't pull off a bow tie.
I couldn't
You
either.
might be able to.
I don't know. I think we could pull off a bow tie together.
Our friend Stu, those of you who know us personally, Stu pulls off a bow tie. We cannot pull off a bow tie. Talking about Hendrix Lapierre, a guy who is kind of a wild card. After the goalie, he's probably the second biggest wild card in this draft.
He's an incredible playmaker. Elite skill, might be the third or fourth best playmaker in the draft, but a string of injuries and the lack of goal-scoring touch, I have him ranked out of the first round. You have him ranked at
16 to Montreal.
Yeah.
I'm going 16 to Montreal. I don't think that Montreal can pass on him, but I don't know. I wouldn't be shocked. It depends how, I said in the video, it depends how interviews have gone with this kid. If GMs have talked to him and they're pretty certain that his injury history is behind him, then he'll go in the first round. But if they feel that he's injured in any way, they're going to be a little bit cautious in their approach to Hendrix Lapierre.
Especially at this age.
Having injury history on your draft eligible year is not a good thing to have.
I think that's something that, when you're as a pro scout you look for. They have a history of concussions. They'll only have a few years with you. Don't trade for them. And when your amateur scouts have to return the same kind of diagnosis, then you gotta watch out.
Yeah. Make sure my phone doesn't go off midstream. That would be whack. It's not updating. These people ask questions.
Oh.
Camel Man Main, we are from up north. We're from the Greater Toronto area, if you consider that up north. If you're from the States,
Yeah.
If you're from Canada, that's not up north. Why isn't that working?
Yeah, we don't see the live chat updating.
That's weird. We don't have live chat on our end. Oh, hold on here, guys. I'm gonna reload this. Is that gonna work? Did we just lose the stream for a second? Rip. Hey, there we go.
Nice.
Hey, from Brampton? My parents were born in Brampton. I played a little rep hockey. Brampton was always a bitch to play.
He's called you a bitch.
No. No, I did not. They were hard to play against, Brampton teams. I don't know what it was, but they were rough teams. I'm going to catch up on chat here because for some reason we didn't get the chat before. Brendan Aramis, Edmonton Askarov. I have them for Nashville.
We both have them for Nashville.
I think that might be a little late. You kind of know MHA under my belt. Well done, buddy. I stopped playing hockey because my parents wanted me out of rep hockey, and the year I left, my team won the OMHA, my town. So, rip me.
And I played house league.
We were actually both goalies. Funny enough.
Yeah, right now they're just streaming past drafts, showing Crosby, Stamkos, and Doughty getting picked.
That's rough. That is rough.
Yeah, it is.
Who's he getting? 'Cause I try not to think about it. Yeah, we're just about to start. I guess they're just doing the preview, Here's Alexis Lafreniere, here's their highlights, all that stuff. We're obviously not going to be showing any of the webcams. Stop doing that. We're obviously not going to be showing any of the Sportsnet live stream because I don't want to get smacked. But we'll be discussing it, so watch it along with us. We'll cut to the audio when it happens, but that's all you're going to get from our end.
It will mute us, we'll turn on the stream, and you'll be able to hear the actual GM make the pick themselves, say the name out loud, and then we'll come back to us and discuss it.
That's the plan at this point.
Into no bling bling hockey, yeah. The third in that trade is really interesting because I thought it would kind of a 1-for-1 deal almost. Domi for Anderson, a second line winger maybe for a second line winger, but the added third, it's a big deal. Surprised a pick didn't go the other way, like a third and maybe a fifth coming back, trying to just show something. But
yeah, I don't know. I'm surprised it wasn't just 1-for-1. To be honest, must have wanted that sweetener. It's all webcams anyway. Yeah, it's nothing special. It's just going to be GMs talking into their webcam at like weird angles because they're all old men.
Boomers on technology.
I guarantee you, we will have better audio as random YouTube streamers than some of these NHL teams are going to have at their draft tables. It's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, do you think Eugene Melnyk is going to spend money to have a good mic? Come on. He already spent $1 on the draft. You think he was going to like dish out another 15 cents, Ryan? Come on.
Yeah, it's going to be a little interesting. We'll see how it goes. Sportsnet has been getting better in their presentation of virtual events. They were a little bit bad a couple months ago when COVID first started happening and all that. They were like flipping between screens and overlays were like screwed up everywhere. It was awful.
Connor Zary, I see him going to Washington at 24th overall, or 25th. 24th.
Yeah, Eddie. I have him. I think I have him going to Philly. So I have him kind of slotting in the 18 to 23 range. But this draft is so crazy in the middle toward the end that he could end up going way higher or way lower. It really died.
Yeah, I've seen drafts where he gets taken at 15. I see him drafts where he's been taken at 45.
Amanda Forrester.
Bruh.
How's it going, Delta?
What's up, Delta? How's it going, man? Cool, man. It's all good.
Yeah, come back. Oh, of course.
We're just chilling. We'll be here. Well, Batman's here.
Uh-oh. See, of course he takes off the mask to show his
Takes off the
face.
mask just so he can see everyone's got a mask. Everyone throw your booze in chat for Batman. Booze.
Booze in the chat. Thank you.
Yeah, there's one. All right, good. This probably took a lot to make happen.
Yeah, to get every single prospect free tonight.
Yes, booze in the chat. He has to know that we're booing him.
I can't hear you from here.
Yeah.
Talking about himself. He's making it about himself. It's like, oh, I overcame these challenges.
Some classic Batman.
Classic Batman.
How are other people doing this? Just out of curiosity.
Other people have done streams, right?
Oh, yeah.
We got a few subscribers ourselves who are doing streams. We've subscribed to people who are doing streams.
Yeah, Wardy's got a decent little setup.
Yeah.
He's still talking, man.
Yeah,
Batman.
Jesus, shut the fuck up, Batman.
I understand that, you gotta get up there and say your piece, but, like, hold on, man. Come on. So you gotta congrats the Lightning, you gotta congrats the people who were involved in making the season happen. I get that, for sure. But
You just did it.
that's it.
That's all you need.
That was some news. He just mentioned that they are focused on a January 1st start for the next NHL season.
So just wait for his next announcement where he says it'll be a January 31st start.
Oh, no. Five minutes per selection. I think that's the same as they normally do, right?
Yeah.
5 minutes on the clock. New York Rangers are now on the clock. Now let's everyone be shocked.
Yeah.
Let's pretend to be shocked when they take Alexei Lafreniere here.
They're showing this family.
Yeah, no, they're already panning. They've already cut to Laffy. New York Rangers rebuild has been very, very good. I really like the New York Rangers rebuild. Did I say the Rangers before?
Yeah,
I said the Rangers before. Really like how they did their rebuild. They didn't, trade everyone and, go crazy.
Yes, they are.
They are going to run out the clock. Yeah. They're going to run out all the way to a second just for style points.
Zibanejad, Panarin, and Lafreniere on the same line. Jesus Christ.
Oh my God, it's going to be gross. Had the second last year with Capocacco. They're going to pick the best player in the draft here, and it's going to just shoot the New York Rangers into a playoff spot for next year. They're going to be gross. Still have Keandre Miller. I forgot about Keandre Miller from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, in New York, the Rangers have had a lot of lefty, and they've traded a lot of lefty out.
Wow, they are actually running out the clock on this.
Are we sure?
They have to check. Got to double check with their scouts. That's a yikes, man.
That's just rude. This is kind of offensive. Spelled Trouba's name wrong.
They spelled it wrong.
It's a Truby.
Anthony, would it make sense for a player like Anton Lundell to land on the Panthers because of the fact they have a superstar at the same position from the same country? That's where I have him picked. We did a mock draft video. That's where I have him going, is to Florida. Now, he is probably one of the most NHL ready guys in this part of the draft, in the top 10-ish. So, if he jumps into the NHL right away, I would not be shocked. Because of that, he could go higher. He could go to... I could see Winnipeg taking him at 10.
I have him going with Winnipeg for the same reason. With Laine from the same country, I think that could be interesting.
Yeah, another countryman there. And because Brian Little's future is a little bit tenuous, they need centermen, and a guy like Lundell might be really, really good for them.
And New York has 50 seconds left to make this pick. What happens if they don't?
I don't know. I don't know what the rule is. I mean, they can't just run out the clock. That's crazy.
It's just mean.
Friggin' Ashley Reeds was joking, but they're going to run out the clock. That's yikes.
Oh, with 30 seconds left.
Could say that's a little sus. They're going to blame it on technical difficulties? Yeah, maybe. Oh, the pick is in, finally. Okay. Wow.
Yeah, with 30 seconds left.
Whatever, man. I mean, sure.
Oh, no. You have to hear him make
I have to hear him each time?
Oh, jeez.
NHL Draft will be made by New York Rangers General Manager Jeff Gorton.
With the first pick in the 2020 NHL Draft, the New York Rangers are proud to select from the Rimouski Oceanic, Alexis Lafreniere.
Wow.
That is a huge shock. Wow, I did not see that coming.
Wow, dude.
All right, now the draft starts. Scroll up.
Oh, what the heck. Thank you. And I see we got a comment from someone who's in Germany. Oh my god, dude. Dedicated hockey fans, only dedicated hockey fans stay up till 1:32 in the morning to watch an NHL draft. Absolutely mad, lad.
Who do you think's going to get picked first, Peterka or Reichel from Germany?
Yeah, do you have any insight on the German prospects in this draft?
I have Peterka going over Reichel, and you have the opposite, right?
The opposite. Yeah. Obviously, Stützle is the top German player in this draft, but there's a little bit going on in the later rounds. Curious how that sounded. Should get Ashley to check next time. Bermuda here, dope.
Any Bermudan players in the draft?
I don't think so. I don't even know if there's ever been a Bermudan NHL player. Peterka and then Reichel, yeah. That's what most scouts say. Peterka and then Reichel. I have Reichel going higher solely because I have him being picked by Calgary, because Robert Reichel was a draft pick of Calgary and played for them for 9 seasons. Or 6 seasons. So I just have that as a fun pick in my draft. But I would be really surprised if Peterka went after Reichel. Seems more like a complete player to me. What I mean by adjusting is no matter how NHL ready, the size of the rink and the space you have around the boards, it's a hard adjustment. It is a hard adjustment.
For sure. It's the top league in the world. Not many people can live up to that.
Yeah, so that's a good point to have a superstar from that area of the world to help him adjust to the North American style of play, which is inherently very different from the European ice size. So yeah, that's completely viable. Just found out yesterday. Love the content and idea what the Stars are going to do this off season. Thanks, man. I really appreciate it, Austin. Stars are a tough one. The Stars just got out of a Stanley Cup final, so they probably are. But they're also an older team, so I bet you they just kind of retool and try it again. I mean, they aren't going to do anything major. I don't think they're not going to blow up their team. They're gonna. I bet you they try to. Is Perry on a UFA?
I think they signed both.
Some multiple years?
Yeah, him and Pavelski.
Either way, if Barry's UFA, then they bring back him and they make another run at it. They were close, man. They're a tough team to play against. Guys like Heiskanen are going to be a year older and, could, make a bigger jump this year.
Yeah, they really showed up the Colorado Avalanche. They showed that their type of play can be really effective. Maybe not win you the cup, but with another piece on there, they might have taken Tampa.
Yeah.
Shows that style of play, like, it really works, and going forward that they can really do something with that. And LA has a minute and a half left to make their pick.
Yeah, this is where the draft is starting for sure. With the fact that both Jack Eichel and Patrick Laine want out of their teams, and Buffalo and Winnipeg don't have a strong position when it comes to trade. What will my Panthers have to give up for Laine or Eichel? That's a big trade. A big trade for either one of those guys. I heard Jack Eichel is pretty safe to stay in Buffalo. I don't think he's going anywhere yet. Laine is a whole other question. I don't think Winnipeg should trade Laine. I think that's a terrible idea. But I mean, what would a trade for Laine look?
This pick. Right? It would include this pick at least.
It would include this. It would include their first round pick. Maybe a guy like Spencer Knight. I don't know what's the top.
A prospect.
Your top
and then a
prospect
player
for Florida, whoever that is, and then some high picks probably is what Winnipeg wants out of him. A center perhaps. So if they were like at the point where, say they made the trade today, if Lundell was still on the board for Florida's pick, you would maybe consider giving them Laine with a package to trade to pick, and with the intention of picking Lundell as your center. But like, they also have the 10th pick, so they could just pick him there. So like, it's really hard to make a trade for a superstar like that. It's a really interesting question, though.
Yeah, it's a good one, because if he wants out of Winnipeg and he wants a trade will happen.
The LA pick is in.
The second selection in the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by Vice President and General Manager of the Los Angeles Kings, Rob Blake.
The Los Angeles Kings are proud to select with the second pick in the 2020 Entry Draft from Sudbury Wolves of the Ontario Hockey League, Quinton Byfield.
All right, and
Quinton Byfield, man.
Second overall, the very sharply dressed. Look at him. Ooh, white tux with a black bow tie. Looks delicious.
I think Byfield is the correct selection here. I really do. I took.
Scroll back up.
Oh, keep doing that, man. Thank you for keep reminding me. Alex is making sure the production value of this stream is on point still. Yeah, I had the taking Stützle, but because I felt that the LA Kings would, I think, draft lean on that guy a little bit more in the draft. But Byfield, I think, is the correct selection at 2. I just feel like the Stars are lacking firepower. Playing Sagan all the money to not score in the playoffs isn't doing it for me. I mean, it's tough. I was feeling a little bit for Sagan. There were rumors that he was injured. But you're right. Your top guys got to be your top guys if you're going to win. But I think the Tampa Bay Lightning are a prime example of patience when you're coming off a big defeat like that in the final or have a bad year. You don't panic and trade your superstars, right? They held on to Kucherov. They held on to Point when they got beat by Columbus and when they missed the playoffs a few years earlier. They stuck with it. So I think you got to stick with it, and you got to hope that you can get back there with some little bit of retooling. 2 first-round picks, Eric Haula and Owen Tippett for Patrick Laine. You got to listen to that.
That's a close one. That'd be an offer I'd pay attention to.
You got to listen to that if you're Winnipeg, because if Laine really wants out, like the rumor, some of the rumors say, you got to listen to offers like that for sure.
And back on to Dallas, in these playoffs, they didn't get enough scoring from their centers. And I think maybe in the offseason, if they're going to make a move, maybe solidifying with another center, a second-line center, would be a big move for them, a good move for them to keep them competitive, keep them a cup contending team.
I'd take that if I was the Jets, yeah. Yeah, that's a tough one to say no to for one guy. But if you're Florida, do you make that trade for Patrick Laine? I mean, he's a good player, but like, are you going to be able to re-sign him? If so, how much for? Because I think he only has 1 year left on his current deal at like six-ish million a year. So if you're confident you can keep him in Florida, shoot, I'd do it.
And Winnipeg really did get him into solidify that top 6 kind of winger that he could be. Really brought out his potential in him.
What are your honest opinions and comparisons for Gregory Denisenko, the Panthers' right-wing prospect? To be honest with you, I don't really know who that is. I don't have a lot of information on that player.
Yeah.
No, unfortunately I don't have any insight for you. I'm sorry. His name sounds familiar, and I feel like I should know who that is, but I need to watch more. I need to watch more minor league hockey this year.
15th overall in 2018.
15th overall in 2018.
Playing in the KHL.
I was playing in the K. All right. Interesting.
Well, he's a guy that we're definitely going to keep our heads up for.
Yeah. I need to watch more minor league hockey next year. I watched a little bit of like AHL, CHL hockey before the season got canceled. But next year, I'm gonna definitely go a little harder on.
Likewise.
But KHL, I watch no KHL hockey. I watch some highlights sometimes when I'm looking at a specific guy, but I don't watch any KHL hockey.
That's why it was hard for me to find Shakir Mukhamadullin.
Yeah,
it was really hard.
It's tough to find good highlights on people. Not a lot of there's not a lot of Russian media really focusing on the KHL prospects.
And not here in North America. There's no.
Yeah, not over here anyway. So it's.
I'm sure if you're in Russia, that it's huge, but we just don't get that content in English.
No. So that pretty much locks in Ottawa, right? This is where things could start to happen as far as trades are concerned, is around the Ottawa picks. Ottawa picks are a little tenuous. Specifically for 5. Not so much this trade, but specifically for 5. Or this pick. That was a long time ago, man. It would have changed the entire face of the NHL if Ovi was on their team, right? So, I don't know. I still think Ovi is Ovi, and he does his thing.
And the pick is in for Ottawa.
It's always interesting to think about, let's say a draft lottery. I remember watching the Pittsburgh Penguin lottery. Actually, we're gonna jump over to the pick first before I finish that thought.
The Senators have enlisted the services of a special guest who also happens to be a graduate of the University of Ottawa.
Here is the host of Jeopardy, Alex Trebek.
Thank you, Johnny. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Jeopardy! Our category today is the NHL. And here is the clue for you. With the 3rd pick in the 2020 NHL Draft, the Ottawa Senators choose this player. The correct response? Who is Tim Stützle?
Absolute heroes on the part of the Ottawa Senators. Just cut to Alex Trebek in the Jeopardy studio to pick Tim Stützle. That's so funny.
That was amazing. I have a new respect for Ottawa.
Oh my god, dude. What just happened there? I'm going to remember to scroll up this time.
Mm-hmm.
Dem Stutzla, baby. Again, not surprising. Once the second pick happened...
Yeah, that was really LA making this pick for Ottawa.
Yeah, 100%. Oh my god, that was amazing.
That was beautiful.
I was not expecting that at all. It's such a corny way of doing this. It's what they got to do, I guess.
Canadian legend.
Yeah. So, yeah, that's interesting. That's fun.
I am
Good for
very
the
excited
NHL.
to see Stutzla in an Ottawa jersey.
Yeah, oh yeah. Good for the NHL for being fun, because the NHL a lot of the times is considered the not fun league. It's the static, generic hockey answers. Gotta get pucks in deep, right? It's doing stuff like that in the NHL is unheard of, and I think that's really cool. Wow, what was that spelling of his name? You see that? Stoitz. I think did they spell his name right?
I think the
Why is there an E there?
And the U with the two dotted accents over and the UE are interchangeable.
Oh.
Stoitzla.
Fair enough. Jeopardy pick is beautiful, Zach. Mm-hmm. Yeah, baby. Big BP.
Sure. I think Sportsnet. I don't think they can do an accent. I don't think this font they can do an accent on a Sportsnet.
Oh, I have no idea. They're spelling Stutzle with Stuetzle. Is our German friend still in the chat? Is that a thing that they do in there for Germany, for German players, for spelling? Is that like a phonetic thing? I have no idea. Or is that just friggin' Sportsnet being ridiculous?
If he's anything like Leon Draisaitl, I'd be so happy.
Oh my god, yeah. Second highest German, or tied for first highest German player in first round history, tied with Leon Draisaitl. Had a chance to break it. Ellie had a chance.
Now, Detroit's a minute and a half in. I'm surprised they weren't ready immediately to make their pick.
Yeah, there's another team I suspect to be right away. Because they knew they weren't getting Stutzla or Byfield. Or Laffy here. But so they should have their idea pretty much set in stone.
And you said Rossi?
I said Rossi.
And I said Lucas Raymond.
You said Lucas Raymond. So right now you're more correct than me with Byfield.
Yeah, so far I've got a...
Right now you got that perfect...
Yeah. So far I am the better analyst.
Alex is winning.
Yeah. We're both going to be wrong here.
Yeah, no, it's going to be something. Yeah. It's not going to be it. They're actually doing an interview right now with Detroit on the clock. Like, what happened? I mean, I get it. Like, you got to interview the first pick, and normally they'd come by and do their thing at the desk, and then they'd cut back. I'm super interested in how they're going to do this draft. I mean, it looks good so far, the presentation. First Quebec player since 2003 to be selected first overall. That's interesting. Who was that player?
Born in Quebec. Not from the Quebec system.
Yeah, born like Quebec. Yeah, not from the Q. Well, maybe from the Q. Who was that? Oh, it was Marc-Andre Fleury. Oh, right. I completely forgot about Fleury, dude. I was gonna say Eric Stahl, but I knew he played for the Petes.
And he wasn't born in Quebec.
Yeah, man, he's not French. That was a big giveaway. Detroit still on clock at 1:28 to go. I want some to go overtime, please. That'd be really funny.
Yeah, I'd love to see what happens. Do they forfeit the pick?
I don't think they would forfeit it. It might be penalized in some way, but fined or something. I don't even know. How do you enforce that?
delay a game penalty.
Delay a game penalty, yeah. First game of the season, he just auto 2-minute minor. Went off the board last year. I was shocked when they picked Moritz Seider last year, what they did.
I really like him.
I like him, but they passed over some good players for Moritz Seider.
Not at 6th.
Yeah. Like, I would have traded down for him. I guess they couldn't get that trade down going and jumped
fuck
at
it, we're going to take the guy we want instead. And with 27 seconds left, Detroit finally gets their pick in.
Hey.
And back to get that.
The fourth selection in the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by Detroit Red Wings Director of Amateur Scouting, Chris Draper.
With the fourth pick in the 2020 entry draft, the Detroit Red Wings are very excited to select from Frölunda, Lucas Raymond.
Damn.
So far, so good for me.
So far, your draft is
on.
Perfect. Wow.
And really weird, Sportsnet. I thought the contract was bought out. Justin Abdelkader's contract was just bought out, but they just said that he was signed. Sportsnet just said he was signed, which is really weird.
Do that bought out, sign him to a league min nonsense?
No, I think they just have old news posted.
I gotta add Lucas Raymond. At 4 there. That's a good pick, man. Lucas Raymond is a good player. A really good player. They have it on the board comparable to Mitch Marner. That's what everyone's telling
yeah, that's
people about this player.
That. I like to compare him to Mika Zibanejad, but Zach, you are beautiful. So beautiful.
Amanda throwing it around in the chat. I love it. Wow. Yeah. First line winger, man. That's hard to pass up. Forward. From Gothenburg, Sweden. I'm talking about safe picks right now and how there's so many in this draft. And I don't disagree at all. There's a lot of really good players with high upside that are also really good now. Lucas Raymond is one of those guys. Numbers in Sweden are underwhelming. 33 games, 10 points. But he's playing with men in Sweden, man. He's playing with men, and he's playing really well. And every time he plays with people his own age, he kills it. You know, in Sweden internationally. Ottawa at 5. Who did you have at Ottawa at 5? We both had
Jamie Drysdale.
We both had Jamie Drysdale. Very interesting. Let's check Cap Friendly for friggin'. What a crazy all the conditions on that Ottawa pick.
I cannot believe Pierre Dorian pulled that one off. The Matt Duchene trade could have been a career ender for him. Could have been a team ender for the whole team. And he really can't believe he pulled that one off.
Been a bunch of really minor signings today too. We haven't really talked about the signing aspect. Arizona, San Jose locking up a couple of guys. Brendan Dillon is the biggest guy on this board. Signed a 4-year, $3.5 million deal, or 3.25 deal. to re-sign in Washington. They got him at the trade deadline, I believe. Braun earlier today. And a bunch of little guys. Jacob Middleton, Nicholas Milosh, Maxime Lutonov from San Jose. A bunch of guys that are depth at best. I'm gonna not turn on my mic at one point in this night.
Right, yeah. I'm gonna be silent for half an hour.
We're gonna be silent talking to ourselves for half an hour.
It's a tough pick for Ottawa.
This is tough, man. It's big. Big, big, big. Longo Brewer. Islanders, man. Talk about like what would have happened if this guy was picked, before, if Ovechkin was picked for Florida. What would have happened if Mike Milbury wasn't the GM of the New York Islanders in the 90s and 2000s there, trading all of his good picks? Guys like Luongo and Chara would still be there. The Islanders would have won a cup, dude. Any newly drafted players said anything interesting in their interviews? I haven't heard, but probably not. NHL prospects most of them are drones, where they're just going to say the thing that their agent told them to say and not give a lot of crazy insight.
Yeah, and they only did an interview with Lafreniere.
Yeah, and I've only seen
it was really short. It was really short.
Yeah.
Just said, I'm excited to be here. Glad to play.
Yeah.
And that was
glad to be a member of the Ottawa Senators, Team X, and playing with Team Y.
And the pick is in for Ottawa at number 5.
We're switching over. Switching over to the draft audio.
The 5th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by Ottawa Senators General Manager Pierre Dorion.
Thank you. First of all, I'd like to thank Alex Trebek for helping us with our 3rd selection. We'd also like to welcome Tim Stützle to the organization. Les Sénateurs d'Ottawa sont très fiers de choisir. The Ottawa Senators are real proud to select from the United States National Team Development Program and the University of North Dakota, Jake Sanderson.
Okay, so
that was
we've had our first kind of
interesting.
Jake Sanderson
doesn't look very excited.
Yeah, he doesn't look very excited as they haven't heard the audio yet, or he's just in shock and being like, "Ottawa picked me where?"
Mm-hmm. Huh?
Jake Sanderson picking a defenseman, and then it was fine, but picking Sanderson over Jamie Drysdale. Oh,
interesting.
My goodness, man. Realistically, we're in the top 10. Oh, there's a message. Jake Sanderson at 5. Wow.
That's interesting. I didn't see that coming.
No.
I saw him going lower, if anything.
I'd have him at 7.
At 7 for New Jersey.
For Jersey. Like, he's in my top 10, but, like, wow. They must really, really like Jake Sanderson's game, man. That might look really weird in 5 to 10 years. When Jamie Drysdale's killing it for the Anaheim Ducks. Yeah. Who picked next? Bracket Buster Sanderson shoots up the board. Yeah, screwed up my draft, man. My draft's done. I had Stützle going over Byfield. I had Rossi at 4, and I had Drysdale at 5. I've got 2 correct in my top 5.
Wow.
That's a yikes. That's a testament to how crazy this draft is. He's been a lot better. The only pick he's missed on is this Sanderson pick.
I didn't see that coming.
Dope realistically had to be safe. Where do the Panthers have to trade up in the top 10 to get Anton Liddell?
10th.
10th. I don't think he's going higher than 10. I would be shocked if Minnesota took him at 9. I don't know.
Not over Perfetti or Rossi.
No, I don't think he goes over Perfetti. I don't think he goes over Rossi or Drysdale or Holtz. I think those guys are going to be the next group of people. I guess my updated would be Drysdale, Holtz, Rossi, Perfetti.
My list doesn't change. I'm just going to swap Drysdale and Sanderson. I think New Jersey's going to take Drysdale instead at 7th, and I think Alexander Holtz is going to Anaheim.
To be absolutely safe, I think you draft up to like almost New Jersey right now to 7 if you can. If you can get up that high and you really think that Lundell is your guy, then you draft. You get high as you can.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't think he drops or he goes earlier than 10. Personally, but I've been super wrong about this draft so far, so listen to him. Yeah, first they're talking about the relationship between the generational players in hockey nowadays. Jake Sanderson is a son of Jeff Sanderson, who played a really long time in the NHL. I think he had over 300 goals in the NHL. Really fast player, but he was a forward. Jake is a defenseman, but he brings the same premier skating ability.
Yes.
That threw me. That threw me that pick. Threw me with that one. Now they're doing the interview with Byfield. Come to the draft, I'd rather draft a player who's ready physically and mentally for the NHL instead of drafting for potential, because that doesn't always work out. Yeah, there's the argument to be made for, a guy who's a safer pick, quote unquote safer, than a guy with high ceiling. But to me, the draft is where you shoot. The draft is where you shoot for the big player, especially if you're in like the top 10 situation. The safe guys end up kind of falling, into the 10 to 15 range, like a guy like Lundell. Because if you can pick, say, Alexander Holtz and be right on that and have him be a perennial 40 goal scorer, that's tough to pass up. Just it's so enticing. It's a difference of philosophy, basically, in how you draft. That's all that is. Some GMs have different philosophies that way. For me, if I was a GM in the NHL, I would go for potential, buster, draft or bust, basically. So, because you can get solid NHLers via other means. It's hard to get franchise-changing players outside of the draft, especially in today's NHL. Mm-hmm. That's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Anaheim has 30 seconds on the clock here.
Maybe they wanted Sanderson.
Yeah, maybe they're like, oh,
He didn't see that coming.
Screwed up my pick, man. And the pick is in with 25 seconds left. Now I have no idea what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
I have no idea what's happening. To me, they draft Drysdale, right? But
I still think Holtz now.
You still think Holtz, but
Vice President and General Manager Bob Murray will make the 6th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
It's the moment we've all been waiting for. The pick is in.
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 The pick is in. The pick is in.
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
The pick is in.
The pick is in. Woohoo!
With the 6th pick in the 2020 draft, the Anaheim Ducks are proud to select from the Erie Otters, Jamie Drysdale.
So Drysdale goes there. I bet you that's why it took them so long. They got thrown for a loop. I bet you they were expecting Ottawa to take him. That might have pushed everyone down a peg in the draft. We missed some comments. When? No. Can you guys imagine if my Panthers draft Askarov after drafting Spencer Knight? Yeah, if they draft those two guys, they're going to have a tandem, dude. They're going to have a big goaltending tandem in a couple of years. But teams like New York, the Rangers kind of struggled with that. You know, on the back end of Lundqvist's career might be a problem with the back end of Bobrovsky's career, his contract, right? Having too many good goalies sometimes is a little bit of an issue, but if you once you figure it out, though, if you're able to move on Bobrovsky, then you're killing it, absolutely killing it. And if not, you can trade one of those guys because goalies are really valued once they are like solidified in the NHL. Austin watched Sanderson in college hockey once. Dude was silky smooth on the ice. He's a really good skater. Mm-hmm. Really good skater. More of a defensive guy than Drysdale. I think he projects to be more of like a really good accompaniment to a guy like Jamie Drysdale will be.
Yeah, right. That'd be a good pair.
But he's still a top pairing defenseman. Jake Sanderson's still a really good hockey player. And Zach loves the theatrics. I like the presentation of this so far.
Yeah, so far it's alright.
Not too bad. Oh, I didn't update my picks. Get you on some Drysdale. Actually, I should put up the next pick. Do it that way. Yeah, that definitely screwed up Anaheim's pick, man. I'm telling you. What's going on with my webcam? Just resetting.
Focus on the goods.
Hello, man. What are you focusing on? Oh, my goodness. Wow. So I had Sanderson going next to New Jersey. Mm-hmm. So in light of Sanderson no longer on the board, I'm going to go, my prediction is going to be Holtz.
I think.
Besides Anton Lundell is the most NHL ready center left winger right now in this year's draft. Do you have an answer for that?
Who's the most ready center left winger? I'd like to say him, but maybe Perfetti or Rossi.
Perfetti, I think, might have a little bit of time before.
I don't know. I think he might be like physically and mentally very prepared. Anton Lundell.
Yeah, Lundell's definitely the best one.
Maybe his wingers go. On the right wing, Gunler, I think, could come right out of the gate, be really effective.
Yeah. Connor Zary, maybe, as an outside option. Guy plays just a really solid hockey game. Like, he's not flashy, he's just good. He's just a really good hockey player. So outside of, like Holtz or Stützle or one of the higher picks, I would say maybe Connor Zary as an outside shot, depending on who picks him to start right away. That's a good question, though. I don't know.
Even though you retracted your message, we appreciated it anyway.
Interesting draft so far. Stutzla and Sanderson. How are you feeling about that, Mr. Centers?
I don't see what they're thinking going forward. Who their D are gonna be? Sanderson, Brandstrom, Shabbat. You have a really strong left side.
Yeah.
And no right-handed. No right-handed D.
Brandstrom's right, isn't he?
Nope, left hand.
Oh. Yeah. That's the biggest interesting pick so far. 100%. Yeah, but now New Jersey has options. Sam Cosentino's talking about it. They have options now.
Rossi, Perfetti, Holtz. Oh, man.
Because defensemen are gone, I think Sanderson and Drysdale were your bigger defensemen in this draft. High-end guys. And after those two, you're kind of reaching if you pick one here.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going with a Holtz, you're going with a Rossi, you're going with a Perfetti at this point.
Yeah, they just have to decide now which one they want. I don't think they thought they'd be in this position. This is really weird.
Think they go off the board and take Askarov here?
Ooh. I mean, maybe they trade it if they're thinking that.
Yeah.
I'd try to trade down if they want a goalie.
My pick is in, actually.
Mm-hmm.
Jersey Devils general manager Tom Fitzgerald will make the 7th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
The New Jersey Devils are proud to select from Djurgården right winger Alexander Holtz.
And there goes Holtz. It's a good pick. That's the correct pick there, in my opinion. They're going to take out their little ceiling lamp. Their chandelier. Yeah, Holtz, I think is the correct decision there.
Yeah, Holtz is a guy that can score from the blue line with his one hand tied behind his back and a blindfold. And he's using a mini stick. And just top corner. He's got that good of a shot.
He's a really good shooter. And playing him on the wing of, a Nico Hischier or a Jack Hughes, ooh.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
Expect 40-goal seasons from Holtz in New Jersey. Congratulations.
They need scoring. That's scoring for them. Still can't believe that Alex Trebek picked number 3 for Ottawa. That's beautiful. So good, dude.
Beautiful.
Big yikes. Big, yeah.
Now Buffalo. And they're in the spot that I thought they'd be. Because the top 7 for me have now been taken. Having to choose between Perfetti and Rossi. It was a tough call. And yeah. I chose Perfetti for Buffalo and then Rossi for Minnesota.
Man, I'm surprised that Rossi's dropped this far, man.
That just goes to show how deep this draft is.
I think someone jumped on you in the comments for picking Rossi at like 9. On a mock draft?
Yeah,
someone jumped on you.
Is a Rossi at 9? You gotta be kidding me. Yeah. Somebody said that.
This could happen right now.
That's right. We're looking at 8-9 right here. So
have to be vindicated. Did Brian Burke just take a shot at William Nylander? On the draft? That's amazing. Berkey, man. Berkey's got words. Berkey's got words, man. That's kind of funny. He's not some small, skilled Swedish winger. Hint, hint. Wink, wink. That's nuts. Is Dorian explaining himself? Must be me. I think I'm going too far forward. keeps trying to focus on me, and it doesn't know who to focus on.
Yeah, Dorian's explaining that they have Jake Sanderson's future partner in Jacob Bernard Docker in the same North Dakota NCAA, like in the same university, and I forget his name. They also picked. He's also so now they'll have 3 defensemen coming out of the University of North Dakota, and that influenced their decision. They want to build a good team, good chemistry going forward, and having those 2 play together, come up together, that'd be awesome.
Definitely something to be said for that. If you got a bunch of prospects in the same system, they have chemistry when they jump into your NHL roster, so it's definitely interesting. I still think I would have won with Drysdale. That's so tough, dude. That's tough, man. Jake Sanderson, man. I'm excited. The rest of this draft's going to be crazy, guys.
Yeah, this is seems like every team really wants to run out the clock.
Yeah, every team's using their time.
Mm-hmm.
Using their time to the absolute max. Making sure no one wants their pick. Is there a trade? Which is good, that's their job, so. Buffalo acquiring Eric Stahl from the Wild earlier this week. Last week. Recently. Getting Eric Stahl. I'm surprised that he hit the waivers no trade clause to go to Buffalo, right? So I'm kind of surprised.
Maybe he put Buffalo on his list, thinking, I'm not going to go to Buffalo. They wouldn't trade me there. Little did he know. Yeah, with 30 seconds left, Buffalo's made their choice.
Yeah. They're describing Perfetti, I think, as a winger here on Sportsnet. He's played some center, but I project him a little bit more of a winger. But interesting. All right, we're switching.
The 8th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by Buffalo Sabres General Manager Kevin Adams.
We would first like to congratulate the Tampa Bay Lightning on their Stanley Cup championship and also say thank you to everyone at the National Hockey League for all the great work they did under challenging circumstances. The Buffalo Sabres are proud to announce from the Ottawa 67s and the Ontario Hockey League, Jack Quinn. Under challenging circumstances.
Oh, I did not see that coming at all.
Oh my God! I was like, oh, Ottawa. When they said Ottawa 67s, I'm like, okay, cool. Marco Rossi. No, Jack Quinn, dude.
Quinn.
Huh.
Interesting. Over Marco Rossi.
And Perfetti, dude.
Who's getting fired in Buffalo?
Man. I mean, I like Jack Quinn. Don't get me wrong.
I don't.
You don't? He's a 50-goal scorer.
Jack Quinn going 19th to Calgary.
Yeah, oh my God. Yeah, a little off there.
Which means whoever bashed on me for Marco Rossi going 9th overall. Oh,
yeah.
man.
Oh, ooh, it feels good.
Yeah, it feels good. Kind of doesn't. Feels kind of weird.
Kind of feels cheap, right?
Yeah.
He could go 10th, dude.
Oh my God, he could go 10th. Whew.
Wow. Minnesota's got a choice, man.
Jack Quinn, why? That was a very, very...
I'm a little surprised that Jack Quinn went as high as this. He could have. I 100%, he's a top 10 pick. But because this draft is so deep...
I just don't see it. I see the argument for 10 to 15, but above Marco Rossi, Jack Quinn plays less minutes, less important minutes. He's not a center. Like, I get he gets the goals, but...
52 goals in the OHL, man. That's big. Small goal scorer. Just behind the Leaf draft pick, Nick Robertson, for most goals in the entire Canadian Hockey League. Second at 52.
Yeah,
so they must be like, hey, man, goal scorer, let's take him. We need someone to play with Eichel. We need someone to play with Stahl now. We need a winger. I don't know. It's okay.
Interesting.
Couple surprises here early on.
I do think Jack Quinn's a guy who can jump in fairly soon to just score some goals. Maybe Buffalo's looking for that, just to slide him in next season.
Wow, man.
Yeah, that's...
Wow. They got me, man. They got me with the Ottawa 67s thing.
Well, me too.
Ottawa 67s, I'm like, yes, okay, of course.
Matarov,
Jack Quinn.
yeah.
What? Yeah. Ooh. Fun. Draft is good so far. I'm glad it wasn't like how we predicted it to be. I'm glad it's been a little bit chaotic.
I'm glad we're wrong.
Yeah.
It's good to be wrong.
I'm glad it's a little bit chaotic so far. No trades yet, but I wasn't really expecting a whole lot of action in the top 10. Really interesting. Really interesting. I don't know if I like that for Buffalo, man. I don't know.
Yeah, that's we'll look back on that one.
That's tough to have a guy like Perfetti and Rossi both drop out of your top 8. Wow. I am surprised for sure. You check our chat. They're taking a commercial break right now.
Yeah, they are. They need a break from all the hard work they're doing, sitting around and wasting the clock.
So we're an hour and a half into this stream, and we're only on pick 9. So I thought this was going to be a little quicker. It might be a little slower. It might be a little slower with all like the Sportsnet stuff that they have to do. Wow, dude.
Yeah, that is.
Well, I bet you Minnesota's going for a loop now. They were like, oh, shoot.
We get Rossi.
Wow. I had Minnesota taking Holtz, so I don't know who they take, man. I really don't.
Yeah, this is... Now I'm just confused.
Maybe they take Lindell. Maybe they go a little more off the board.
Maybe we know less about hockey than we think we do.
No,
that
can't
be
that.
true.
That's not that.
No.
You see sometimes when guys drop, they, maybe Minnesota has Lundell here, and they were like, we're definitely taking Lundell, but then guys that they didn't expect to be on the board still are there, and then they kind of second guess, but they still take who they originally picked. That's how guys fall sometimes. And Cole Caulfield did that last year. He dropped all the way to like 15 or something to Montreal, and I was just beside myself. Because he was for me, he was like a top 10 pick, and he dropped to Montreal at that time. I can't remember what number it was. Mid-teens. Oh, Minnesota's pick is in.
Minnesota Wild Executive Vice President and General Manager Bill Guerin will make the 9th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
First, I'd like to say hello to all our great Wild fans across the state of hockey in Minnesota. And a second hello to our assistant GM and brother, Tom Curvers, who's watching from home tonight. Now I'm proud to select with the 9th pick in the 2020 draft from the Ottawa 67s of the OHL, Marco Rossi.
Okay, he didn't give me that time, Winnipeg.
Yeah.
Marco Rossi.
Wow.
The Ottawa 67s, Marco Rossi.
And there must be a fucking party in the streets of Minnesota right now.
Yeah, Minnesota is happy with that pick, man. Minnesota's really happy with that pick. This man led the entire Canadian Hockey League in scoring. He dropped to 9th. There's something to be said for that. I mean, you can, say inflated numbers or he's on a good team all you want. There's something to that, dude. This kid is a beast. Look at him train.
He likes to jump onto tight ropes and just walk along them.
That is so hard, dude.
Yeah, standing on a yoga ball.
And like crouching like that and doing the squats on a yoga ball. Tells you how much strength you have in your legs. If your legs, as soon as you come down and you don't have really strong legs, they start they shake. They're shaking.
Yeah.
Immediately just vibrating. Winnipeg at 10 has an option to pick Perfetti, and I don't think they passed that up.
Yeah,
But Lundell is like, what do you value more if you're Winnipeg right now?
If you're Perfetti, you might just get a winger in Winnipeg.
Do they expect Perfetti to play the middle of the ice? Lundell, man, Lundell
Thank you, Buffalo, for really fucking this draft up.
Yeah.
I thought Sanderson messed this draft up.
With the off-the-board picks, is now the time to question Askarov in a Leafs jersey.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe.
That's a possibility.
Maybe. Yeah, I personally don't think he's going to get past Nashville. If Nashville doesn't pick up Askarov, I think Carolina does, and if Carolina does, then he gets to the Leafs. I don't think Edmonton picks him with the forward drafts here, the forward depth in this draft. So, like, Askarov's got to get through a couple teams to get to Toronto, but they're not that far away anymore. They're 5 picks away. I think it was the biggest draft upset in recent years. Like, upset is in, like, off-the-board pick kind of thing. I just mentioned it. Last year, for me, it was Cole Caulfield. That guy dropped way too far, in my opinion. It was just because of his size. And there's been a bunch of players over the years that have dropped further than they should have because they're too small for the NHL.
They're diminutive.
Right? They're God damn it. Guys like Alex DeBrincat dropped, Braden Point, guys that like had a lot of skill and probably should have been higher than what they were picked, dropped. And Cole Caulfield was the most recent example for me, so there's a little bit of recency bias there. Yeah. In 5 years, we might think Jake Sanderson at 5. What?
How is he not top 3?
Damn it! Turned it around on me. Turn it around. Look at this kid. The biggest ears on a player I've ever seen, dude. Is that Jack Quinn?
Yeah, no, that was Jake Sanderson.
Oh, that was Jake Sanderson. Oh my god.
Yeah, the future looks good for Ottawa.
Funny looking dude.
Mm-hmm.
That's okay. I'm funny looking too.
We're all a little funny looking, Ryan.
Yeah, Askarov could go anywhere. Man,
after Winnipeg.
We did a whole video on Yaroslav Askarov on the channel talking about where he could fit in the top 10 if he was picked there. We didn't go any further than 11 because that's where we have him picked. But yeah, I said in the mock draft he can go anywhere between 5 and 25. I have no clue. Goalies are so weird. People are so weird with goalies. They're scared. They're scared to take goaltenders, and GMs with some nuts on them take a big goalie right now. look like a genius if he turns into Carey Price or Andrei Vasilevsky. If he turns into Jack Campbell or Pascal Leclerc. Alex is an Ottawa fan, so I like mentioning Pascal Leclerc as much as possible. Then you look like an idiot if you draft him there. But I think Askarov is big enough ceiling that I don't think he's going to be a bad goaltender. I think he's a good pick.
All right, and Winnipeg's pick is in.
General Manager Kevin Cheveldayoff will be making the 10th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
As this coming season marks our 10th year in the history of our franchise in Winnipeg, and tonight we make the 10th overall selection, I would like to invite Crystal Hawerchuk, wife of Dale Hawerchuk, the greatest number 10 in Winnipeg Jets history, to make our selection. Crystal?
Thank you. I appreciate this opportunity. But first, our family would like to thank the Winnipeg Jets and all of Dale's loyal fans and friends for their love and support through his very tough fight of stomach cancer. He was a great hockey player and a very special man. I want you to know that he loved Winnipeg and always felt a special connection to the people of Manitoba. We both consider Winnipeg our home. Your love and support meant so much to him. Thank you. Now I am thrilled to announce with the 10th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft, the Winnipeg Jets select from Saginaw Spirit, Cole Perfetti.
What a beautiful moment, Crystal Howard.
Classy.
Very
from
classy.
Winnipeg. Much respect for the Winnipeg Jets franchise to bring in the wife of the late Dale Hawerchuk. Incredible. Crystal Hawerchuk. I forgot her first name.
Mrs. Hawerchuk. Incredible. Great class on Winnipeg's part.
Perfetti in a Jets jersey.
Oh yeah, Cole Perfetti. I gotta add him to my list. Cole Perfetti. Whoa. Hello. Scrolling, please. Thank you. Cole Perfetti at 10.
This puts it on Nashville.
There's your top 10. That's what I had on my top 10. I had these 10 guys. But my order is all over the place. And that's what I said at the top of this stream. The after 1 and 2, or sorry, 1, 2, and 3, 4 to 10 could go anywhere. Any one of them could go 4, any one of them can go 5. This is exactly what I meant. They're all over the place. Now we got a little bit of a drop here, a shelf, or an edge, what Brian Burke was talking about before. Now you're at a different tier of players, in my opinion.
1 to 4 was pretty clear to me, being the better hockey analyst,
Yes,
so
of
speak
course.
for yourself.
Yes, I defer to you. 100%. 100%. What's he doing? He's doing a Rubik's Cube? Just bouncing around a Rubik's Cube. Rubik's Cube in under a minute. Well done. Points per game leaders, CHL draft eligible. He was 3rd behind Lafreniere and Rossi. So, the exact same points per game as Quinton Byfield. So, I remember watching Cole Perfetti in the Ivan Helenka tournament in the summer. Would have been the summer before the start of his draft eligible year, the one that we just had. I was super high on this player. I thought he was amazing. He had a really good tournament. I'm a little shocked he dropped to 10. But like I said, these guys are all over the place at this point. If you dropped outside of the top 10, I would have been like, hold on a second. But
I had Buffalo taking him at 8.
Yeah, I had Buffalo at 8. I had Buffalo taking Perfetti, and I had Winnipeg taking Quinn. I had those two guys switched. And I had Rossi and who was drafted at 2nd? Raymond. I had Holtz at Minnesota, Rossi at 4, Raymond. I was all over the place. All over the place in that round. I am 0 for what?
You got
I'm 2 for 10?
right?
I'm 2 for 10.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm not. I'm 1 for 10.
Lafreniere?
Lafreniere.
Yeah, that's the only one you got. Got the first 4. But, hopefully we're both right with Nashville.
Oh my god, dude. I'm all over the place. I'm thrown. Wow. Talking to Jamie Drysdale now. Let her interview. They're working their way down the interview board. They're at 6 right now. This is going to be our total views, which I'm okay with that. Nashville on the board.
Interesting that Sportsnet says that this program will only go until 10.
Yeah. I don't know about that. They're going to have to speed this up if they're going to get to 10, I think. There's only an hour and a half left. We're not even through 11.
Mm-hmm.
No moves yet.
Yeah, no trades.
I had Winnipeg as an outside shot of being traded there, that pick, because they have needs elsewhere. Another big question is, any drafted player accidentally put on the wrong hat yet?
Nope.
Not yet. Who was it? It was Ryan Poehling. When we got picked by Montreal, it was 2 years ago now. During his interview, said he got, I'm happy to be part of the Leafs organization. Like he talked about, he has a Montreal Canadiens hat on, but he's talking about being a Leaf, and it was was funny.
David Poyle, the Nashville Predators President of Hockey Operations and General Manager, will make the 11th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
Thank you. Thank you, Gary. The Nashville Predators are very excited to have the 11th pick in this draft, and we're also very excited to have a special person to present our selection. It is Roman Josi, our captain, and this year's Norris Trophy winner as the best defenseman in the National Hockey League. Roman, if you do the honors for us, please.
With the 11th pick in the 2020 NHL Draft, Nashville Predators are proud to select from St. Petersburg, Yaroslav Askarov.
And there goes Askarov.
Yeah, we were both right. Nashville's got a big question going forward in net, and this is their answer. Got a 1A, 1B with Askarov and Saros.
Yeah, highest drafted goalie in a long time. And I'm not surprised. I would have loved for this guy to drop to Toronto, personally. Yeah. I think Dubas would have taken him in a heartbeat. It would have been the quickest selection of this draft. But there's a list. They got a bunch of goalies selected in the first round the last 10 years. Spencer Knight last year at 13. Jake Ottinger at 26. Ilya Samsonov at 22, Vasilevsky at 19, Malcolm Subban at 24, Jack Handel at 11. None higher than 11, man. The last 10 years. It's weird. Mm-hmm. It's really weird. This weird goaltending phenomenon. I want to make a video on it.
Yeah, superstitions involving taking a goaltender in the first round.
Yeah. It's just a superstition. It's all, the only knock against Yaroslav Askarov's game is that he's a goalie.
Mm-hmm. I
had Lundell here.
I have Seth Jarvis. interested to see, but maybe our boy Anthony in the comments here. Lindell going to Florida. This might be a.
Yeah, Anthony was in the chat earlier. Your Florida Panthers pick is up, dude. I'm excited for you. 13's a good selection. Or 12, I mean, sorry. 12's a good selection.
Yes, that'd be an awesome video. All right, done.
Because I looked at it, I'll explain it when I do it, but there's a weird phenomenon with the goaltending. But just in the drafting, I mean. I have a theory.
Florida with 2.5 minutes left to make their pick.
Now we have a little bit of lull in the draft here. We're waiting on Florida. Thank you guys, whoever's still here, for tuning in for our draft stream. We really appreciate it. First time Dopamon has ever gone live. We have a few videos on the channel, but we've never gone live. And for the few of you still here, we appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, we don't always have Mons. But we are always dope.
We're always dope. And, yeah. Y'all are dope people for being here. Thank you very much. Has a chance to be, what does that say?
The best goalie of his generation.
Ooh.
Oh, thank you,
That's
Sportsnet.
bold. Who said that?
Oh,
To say, oh, this guy's a generational goalie?
Oh, wow, that has never been said by anybody.
No.
No. Wow. Have you ever heard that?
The only last time that was said about a guy was Carey Price. He was picked 5th, right? 5th to Montreal? Last time someone said this is a generational goalie, not a generational player. Because you hear that a lot with Matthews and McDavid and Sid and Ovi and all those guys.
Generational goalie is a big deal. Big deal.
I forgot Panthers got Patrick Hornquist. What a weird trade.
Yeah. I see how if they're going to lose either or both of Hoffman and Dadonov, that they'd want to get someone like Hornquist in, but that was a really weird move.
Yeah. I feel like that.
And Florida has also acquired a 4th round pick in this draft by sending Josh Brown to Ottawa.
Right. Loading up extra picks. Extra picks are a good thing, especially in a deep draft like this one.
Florida with 30 seconds left. They all seem to be running out the clock right to that 27-second mark.
They're thinking about trades, man.
Right,
They're thinking about moving it. Pick is in, though. This also could be Sportsnet running out the clock. I haven't mentioned that.
Hey, these picks could all be made.
This is just
selecting them.
This is just Sportsnet's timer. I don't know how accurate it is. So they could be making it right away, and then Sportsnet just forgot to press the button to stop the clock. All right, here we go.
Bill Zito, the general manager of the Florida Panthers, will make the 12th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
On behalf of the Florida Panthers, I'd first like to thank our fans for their support during these difficult times. The Panthers would like to select from IFK Helsinki, centerman Anton Lundell.
Anton Lundell. Anton Lundell's a good pick. That's who I had. 11 to 20 is where I'm going to shine, guys.
Yeah, you're right about him going to Florida.
Yeah.
And I think our friend Anthony in the chats, he must be pretty happy with himself.
I would be happy with that if I was him. He was really concerned about, how do we got to trade up to get Anthony or to get
what's it going to take to
Lundell.
get Lundell?
But he fell to you, man. He fell to you. That's awesome. I got to add him.
I had them taking Seth Jarvis, but with Lindell on the board, I would have taken him too.
Great pick. Great pick. I really like this player. I would have considered taking him in the top 10 if I was another team.
I like to compare him to Anze Kopitar, a guy who got in his own draft year. Same things were said about him. He has all the tools. He's got the strength and size, mentality, physicality, but he kind of lacks a little bit of speed, so he dropped. And same thing said about Lindell, and I can see a huge comparison right there.
I like that they now have Barkov, Lindell. Those are their top two centermen going forward, 100%. Maybe not for next year, because Lindell might be a year out. But he could jump. He could jump. It depends on where the season lands and if it happens January 1st and what happens. It's very good. Very good pick. GG, Florida.
Good for them.
Now, Carolina with the Leafs pick.
Ooh.
Is happening at 13. We'll see how mad Leafs Twitter is after this draft. Oh, we could have gotten X and so such a player. I don't think there's much of a difference here between 13 and 15. And I think Carolina's needs are different to Toronto's.
For sure.
Yeah, we're about to get Canadian content here. Edmonton, Toronto, and Montreal. 1, 2, 3, or sorry, 13, 14, 15. You might just sneak by.
And for those still paying attention, on the board we still have Dylan Holloway, Noel Gunler, Connor Zary, Seth Jarvis, Dawson Mercer, Hendrix Lapierre, Justin Barron, Jed Myshak, Rodion Mirov, Brendan Brisson, Thomas Bordelot, Braden Schneider, Maverick Bork, Jacob Perreault, Caden Guley, all guys that can certainly work their way up from a 25-15 range. No worries. And personally, I had Carolina going a little bit down the board, taking Caden Guley, but now that there's still some people up there, I think I might have Seth Jarvis going to Carolina. Still no trade yet.
I'm back if anyone was concerned.
His drink has been refilled, don't worry.
Oh, man. 13 seconds, Carolina. Jeez. Better run out the clock.
The 13th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by Carolina Hurricanes President and General Manager Don Waddell.
Carolina Hurricanes are proud to select from the Portland Winterhawks Seth Jarvis.
Yeah. Good pick. Seth Jarvis, baby.
I'm a huge fan of Seth Jarvis. I love his game, both ends of the ice. He's the #1 player on his line, on his team. He's leading his team. He's big centralizing figures. I love seeing him play, and he's going to do amazing in Carolina. I can see him with Aho and Teravainen really tearing it up.
Good pick here. Really good pick. I am perfect through 11, 12, 13 after being a horrendous top 10 picker. Absolutely horrendous, my top 10.
So really bad at determining top talent, but middling talent.
Middling talent, I've got you. Yeah, I'm your guy. No, I wouldn't call Seth Jarvis middling.
No,
I really like that.
I
really like this player.
I personally have him ranked higher than Jack Quinn.
Yeah, I would have taken him before Jack Quinn too, personally. I think he's got a little bit of higher upside. Skilled dude, really, really skilled dude, and that's what you got to take here. That's what you got to take in, your top pick. Skill, man, skill. Best player available. Don't try to do weird things where you're trying to pick for positioning, going outside the, outside of what would be normal. Pick the best player available, 100%.
Something Buffalo should learn.
Yikes. First 20, I had a big second half of the year. They're showing a stat now. First 29 games, he had 33 points. The next 29 games, he had 65 points. So he turned it on.
Doubling his goal total.
I think Seth Jarvis is another guy. I gotta talk about this. I think I'm right. Seth Jarvis, or let me see this for a second. Okay. Make sure I'm right before I say this. Yeah, Seth Jarvis is a February 2002 baby, which means he's a little bit later in his personal development than some of his peers. So maybe that's for the reason where he picked it up in the last half of the year is because he was figuring it out. He was figuring it out in the last half where other guys were figuring it out in the first half, just solely based on their age and experience at that point. So that's why I always had Byfield at number 2, even though I picked him 3rd. Edmonton. Who did I have here for Edmonton? I had Dawson Mercer.
I had Rodion Amirov. And I think I'm sticking by it.
Think you're sticking by Rodion?
I'm sticking by Amirov. Because I would love to see Dawson Mercer in a Leafs jersey. Oh, man. That would...
Yeah, I think if Mercer falls to Toronto, they take him.
Mm-hmm.
So if you're Leafs fans in the chat, I know there's a couple of you. I think if Dawson Mercer falls to Toronto, they take him, 100%. Dubas is a guy that drafts for skill. Braden Schneider might be the best fit. I don't know, man. Dawson Mercer's a good player. But I also think he's a really good fit for Edmonton. So. Yeah, the list of best available. You still have Connor Zary on the board, Hendrix Lapierre, Dylan Holloway, Ridley Gregg still on the board. A lot of good forwards. Be tough to pick a defenseman here.
And Edmonton's come out to say that they aren't going to be taking a D.
They've gotten a couple of their last 2 first-round picks. They took Philip Broberg and Evan Bouchard. So.
I really like Broberg.
I like Broberg too. I like both of those players. So they picked defensemen the last 2 seasons, so I would think they pick a forward here. I'm sticking with Dawson Mercer. I'm locking in that pick for sure if I'm Edmonton. And you're Rodion Amirov, right?
for the sake of hockey, I hope we're both wrong.
Yeah, for the sake of discussion, I hope they pick someone weird. Go with Hendrix Lapierre. Do it.
Do it. I think it'd be the incorrect pick here, but do it anyway.
And Edmonton has made their selection. Pick is in. They're all waiting out the clock. That 27th second remaining. They're all making that pick.
Happy. We'll see. Toronto's up in 2. Dope for me. Anton Lundell is a steal of the draft so far because cap-friendly rankings has them in their top 10 overall skaters. Yeah.
I had him 10th overall.
Ken Holland.
Personally.
The Edmonton Oilers are proud to select with the 14th pick Dylan Holloway, University of Wisconsin.
Jumping off of Anton Lundell for one quick second. Edmonton just picked Dylan Holloway.
This is a big pick. I think both of us had him going at 18th to New Jersey.
Yeah.
Because he plays a really good role and complements elite players.
Wow.
Yeah, he played with who did he play? He played with, I think.
He played with a couple guys, Zegras and Caulfield. He played in University of Wisconsin, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the university systems down there. I can't remember.
And despite playing
Wisconsin,
with these future superstars, instead of having that, like, inflate his stats, he kind of took on a more responsible role, like the third forward on the ice, the two-way guy, and it really exposed his mistakes and also showed how much he grew from those mistakes. He really complements elite talent well, and I see why could play with Draisaitl, could play with McDavid. This is I can see it.
Yeah. Cycling back to Lundell and Anthony's comment, I agree with you. I think so far, steal of the draft at 12. I was kind of surprised when he was picked there. I really like Lundell, man. I really do, and I'm pumped for you as the the Florida Panthers fan in the chat. That's big, man. That's awesome. I cannot wait to get smacked up. The Leafs get smacked up by the defensive centers of the Florida Panthers, man. I'm so upset. I'm happy for the Florida team, but as a Leafs fan, not good, dude. Not good. They're in their division. Dylan Holloway. Higher than I thought he would be taken.
Mm-hmm.
Big player. Big's got some skating issues. They have a comparable up there right now to Jordan Stahl. Which
I like that.
I like that.
Some of these comparables are terrible.
Yeah, some of them are awful.
Mm-hmm. But this one I think is nice, and that one's a solid comparison.
Yeah. Yeah, any one of the Stahls that plays that big, strong game, uses his size for being in the University of Wisconsin. He'll still be down there. He's going to take maybe a year, maybe 2 years to fully develop into the guy he will be. But I think the ceiling on him is really, really high. Oh, Alex Turcotte was the other guy in the University of Wisconsin. That was the other guy. Highest ranked U.S. college skater by NHL Central Scouting. Big picks here. There goes my streak, too.
Mm-hmm.
Now, Toronto. You're on the board.
I'd love to see Dawson Mercer.
I'm nervous.
This is Dawson Mercer.
I'm nervous because I don't know what Dubas is going to do, man. I mentioned it in my video, or in our draft video. I don't know what he's going to do. I can try to predict it all day. Kyle Dubas is one of those guys that he's traded down in the past. He's picked skill over, you picked elite talent, high ceiling guys like Rasmus Sandin and Nick Robertson in places that people didn't pick them there. So if he goes off the board and picks friggin' Makamadulin or Kuznatinov or Amirov or somewhere, one of the Russian players, I wouldn't be surprised. I would be more surprised if he picked Braden Schneider here.
The pick you thought.
The pick that I picked him in my mock draft at 15. I'd be more surprised if I was right than if I was wrong. I can't predict how Kyle Dubas.
Surprised there haven't been any trades.
Yeah, me too.
I wonder if this is pre-planned.
Maybe.
Or something to like the first 16 and they knew they weren't going to trade out and they're like, okay, we'll do this earlier in the day. Make it easier to schedule, Bettman saying all the picks. Then introducing everybody. You could probably pre-record the teams making those selections.
Maybe some of them's pre-recorded. Look at the Leafs war room is in the dressing room right now. That's dope. Got all the jerseys up, all fancy like. Got the camera in the wrong spot. The Leafs backwards, but whatever.
Of course, this the Leafs pick coming from Pittsburgh for Kasperi Kapanen.
Yeah, the Kapanen trade.
This was a big win for Toronto.
Why am I so nervous?
Because they keep waiting out the clock. You'll see the moment it turns to 27, that's when it gets picked. I think they're fucking with us.
You're an Ottawa Senator fan. You've had to deal with this twice. How do I do this? 2 picks in the top 5.
I like the Stützle pick. That one made sense.
Stützle was easy.
Yeah, the Sanderson, that was interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, they're really waiting out the clock.
Yeah. Guys can go here. Caden Gooley, Braden Schneider, Dawson Mercer, Rodin Amirov. Maybe they go with Hendrix Lapierre here. Oh. We're talking about high ceiling guys that people might not pick. Maybe. Oh, here we go. I'm scared.
I'm in New Jersey. Your 5 minutes has elapsed and the pick is not in. You can either now make the selection or take a timeout.
You getting them? No problem. With the 15th overall selection in this year's 2020 NHL Draft, Toronto Maple Leafs are proud to select from UFA of the KHL, Rodion Amirov.
That's exactly what I said, man.
Yeah. Rodion Amirov.
Rodion Amirov. That is a really good pick, man. This kid is good.
I had him going to Edmonton.
I had him going at like 24, just because he's Russian and wingers like that, right?
Yes, the Russians do tend to fall because unsurety. But I love Amirov's game. I think he's good and amazing in both ends. He's got crazy elite offensive skills. He's always in the right position. He's got a high compete, high drive, so he's always back checking. He could really complement Toronto's top 6.
I am okay with that, I think. Where is Rodion? There he is. Wow. Why did you jump all the way there? Rodion Amirov is in. Anthony Dobkin, Florida trade back into the first round, and who is the best Russian forward after Amirov if we trade back in? I mean, you always trade back in. I don't know what Florida's pick situation is like later in the draft if they can package some guys in. The best Russian forward after Amirov, I would say was Kuznatinov. That probably going to go in the the high 20s, 27 to 30ish. Defensively, Shakir Makhamadulin is up there.
And Yan Kuznetsov is also from Russia, but he's playing in the NCAA. I had Kuznetsov ranked a little bit higher than Shakir Makhamadulin.
Yeah, I think those are the best Russian forwards after that. There's a lot of good players in this draft, man. We haven't even talked about Ty Smolanek yet. Yeah, Yan Kuznetsov is ranked 45th as per Cap Friendly.
Yeah, I've seen a lot for Vasily Pomeranov. Yeah, Pomeranov.
How do you pronounce it? Ponomarev, yeah.
But I see him definitely going in the second round.
Yeah, he's more of a second round guy, 100%. Wow. Rodion and Mirov. Okay, I'm alright with that. I was a little bit scared they were going to select Schneider there just for need. I like Braden Schneider. I do. I like that Dubas is still pushing for we want skill. Skill draft. High end, high potential players.
Yeah, I think of all the guys left, I think he has the highest, like, elite kind of potential.
Yeah. I think he's a left winger too, which is something that the Leafs don't have necessarily. Marner and Willie are right-hand shots. Kapanen was a right-hand shot. Robertson is a left-handed shot, so they can have Robertson and Amirov in a couple years as their 1-2 on the left side. That would look sick, man.
Sick. Marner and Nylander on the right wing, and then Matthews, Tavares in the middle. That is
that's a solid top six. That's a solid top six if I've ever seen one. Even if Hyman isn't with us in a couple years. Yeah. Good pick. I like it. I'm happy they picked Amirov. Montreal on the board.
Now this is a tough one. I had them selecting Noel Gunler. And I really like Gunler. He might be like my favorite out of this draft. And I think if he goes too low, he'll be like the steal. But with Dawson Mercer still on the board, I might take that with Montreal here just because.
Seems like Americans aren't that deep in this year's draft for top-end players on offense. Yeah, that was last year.
Yeah.
That was last year's draft. The Americans were killers. I'm going to look that up just real quick. There were 7 U.S. National Development Team players in the top 15 last year. So, like, that was their big wave for forwards. And that was for, anyone who's not looking at my screen right now. Jack Hughes, Alex Turcotte, Trevor Zegras, Matthew Boldy, Spencer Knight, Cam York, and Cole Caulfield. Those are the American forwards that were taken last year. And also there's another guy in the first round later on 30, John Beecher. But yeah. Yeah, there's obviously Jake Sanderson is U.S. National Development Team.
No, we're going to Montreal.
Oh, we're going to Montreal.
Bergevin, Executive Vice President and General Manager of the Montreal Canadiens, will make the 16th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
Thanks, Gary. Les Canadiens de Montréal sont fiers de sélecter. The Montreal Canadiens select from the Western Hockey League Prince Albert Raiders, Caden Gooley.
Caden Gooley.
I had Gooley ranked over Sanderson. Over Schneider. Schneider, sorry. Braden Schneider. I saw this coming. I thought Carolina was going to even take him. He's a good D. I really like his game. I think a two-way guy, second pairing. Great future in Montreal. That's an amazing pick. Can't go wrong.
Caden Gooley was the number 1 pick in the WHL draft a couple years ago. There are 4 number 1 CHL picks in this draft. One was Lafreniere, one was Gooley, one was Lapierre, and the other was Perfetti, I think. I can't remember who the 4th one was. It was one of the top 10 picks. I think it was Perfetti. But Gooley was a top pick in the WHL draft a couple years. So picking him at 15 is not or 16 is not a stretch here by any imagination. I'm shocked that Dawson Mercer is still on the board.
Likewise.
At 17.
So having seen 2D, like the D go back-to-back in Sanderson and Drysdale, I could see Gooley and now Schneider going.
Yeah. We talked about that in the mock draft. Teams, Montreal picked Gooley here. So Chicago goes, oh crap! Now we need our defenseman, and they pick Schneider over another guy.
And I personally had Schneider by Chicago. I think they could really use another big, strong D that kind of plays the same game that Keith and Seabrook have, but mashed into one defenseman. I really like his game. Let's see what Chicago takes.
I'm a little disappointed that the Montreal Canadiens didn't pick Hendrix Lapierre. I'm not gonna lie. I really wanted that to happen, and for Lapierre to be healthy, and for the French centerman for the Montreal Canadiens going forward. I thought that would have been really cool, but oh well.
And having seen him drop out of the top 15, after Jarvis and Amirov are taken, I feel like a lot more teams are kind of looking at Lapierre being like, we'll take maybe later in the first, second round.
Yeah, if he slips out of the first round, I would actually be really surprised. That might be the biggest surprise of the draft. Even with the injury.
I had him ranked in the late second.
Yeah, even with the injury, that's tough. That's really tough to let a guy of that skill drop out of the first round, because he's amazing.
And if he manages to have a healthy career, shuts everybody up, that took him, and that took a different skater above him.
It's a good pick. I like King Gooley. He's a good player. It's a left-hand shot for those who are wondering. I think.
Yeah, just like his brother.
Yeah. I watched a TSN mock draft about a week ago, and they had Brendan Gooley, Caden Gooley's brother, written every time they meant to say Caden Gooley. It's really funny. It's like someone screwed it up more than once. Someone completely confused the two. It wasn't I accidentally put Brendan here once. No, the whole draft. Every time they shot to where he was picked, it was Brendan Gooley. Say biggest surprise of the draft so far, would you say Sanderson or Quinn?
Quinn, just because I've seen a few rankings where Sanderson's higher, just because he plays a really strong defensive game. Such a good skater too. I see why Ottawa would be but Quinn over Rossi, that'll sting in Buffalo, I think, for years to come.
Sorry, I was listening to Carol Dubas right now.
Chicago with under a minute to make their selection.
Talking about drafting a defenseman here in the first round at this position and expecting him to help Toronto right away, and he's correct in saying that any defenseman he pick here is going to be a couple years away, so they're gonna address that in free agency and trade, which I think is the correct assessment of the situation. All right, here's the next pick. Yoinkers.
Senior Vice President and General Manager of the Chicago Blackhawks will be making the 17th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
Thank you, Gary. Here at the Blackhawks, we believe that what we do off the ice is just as important as what we do on it. We have a special guest joining us today to make our first choice from the Fifth Third Arena here on Chicago's West Side. Please welcome one of the inaugural One West Side grant recipients, Jamile Cannon. Jamile is the founder and executive director of The Block, which is a nonprofit boxing program that uses the love of boxing to provide mentorship and academic support to the youth of Chicago.
With the 17th pick in the 2020 NHL Draft, from Eisbären Berlin, the Chicago Blackhawks select Lukas Reichel.
Okay.
Whoa!
We did not see that coming. I mean, you kind of saw that coming.
I kind of saw that coming, but
for jokes.
Whoo!
Lukas
They
Reichel.
must be really, really confident. What's Bettman saying here? Oh, he's just announcing the next pick? Okay.
Yeah, wow.
Lukas Reichel at 17, dude.
Wow.
Wow, where is he in this thing?
Just keep going down. He's lower than Peterka.
Yeah.
There. Fucking 40th on
40th on Cap Friendly's board. I mean, Reichel's a good player. Don't get me wrong.
I really like Reichel.
I really like him. Wow. They must have saw something in this kid that they really like.
Mm-hmm.
Really, really like. Wow.
And we're talking about
wow,
ledges, and I think I felt Reichel was after a kind of ledge that Peterka was on.
Just selections. Yeah, I don't know what to say here, guys.
For that reason, I think now I have New Jersey taking Dawson Mercer.
Yeah, Dawson Mercer
at 18th now.
Dawson Mercer's passes New Jersey here. Sus. Big sus. Lukas Reichel at 17.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
We had our what was our friend's name from Germany? Merrick. Merrick, our buddy from Germany. If you're still watching, yeah, that's you had Peterka over Reichel too. It's a surprise for us.
I definitely had Peterka rated higher than Lukas Reichel. That'd be an interesting pick in a few years to see if that played out well for Chicago. Stutzla's got, Reichel's got potential to be a good player, and Chicago's historically been very good with their draft picks. So,
that's interesting.
Hey, what do we know? Oh my God. We were just talking about the biggest surprise of the draft, whether it was Jake Sanderson or Jack Quinn. This is the biggest surprise of the draft for me so far.
Likewise.
Wow. Is anyone on? I said wow like 14. Someone get a wow counter, please. I need a button to press for Owen Wilson. Owen Wilson, wow. Bye. Yeah, but other big players on the board, still. You got Noel Gunler, Connor Zary, Dawson Mercer. I still think Hendrix Lapierre. Braden Snyder's still around. And then you're into a different tier of players. You're into the Jacob Perreault, the Maverick Borks of the world. I think a different tier, anyway. Holy.
This is I'm glad we're wrong, but for the wrong reasons.
Where did you have Reichel?
27th, I
Yeah.
believe. I had him going a little bit lower.
I'm at 19, but that was high. I even
I
said
had
that
Anaheim taking him with their 27th pick.
That's right.
That's
That's
why
right.
I had him taking.
That's right. I was at all. I'm taking 19, but this is way too high for this player. Chicago just done me like that, man. Lukas Reichel, the nephew. I think I said son in the video. The nephew of Robert Reichel, an ex-Flame and Leaf player. A good NHL career to him. Talking to Mark Bergevin right now.
About the Guley pick.
Montreal's an interesting day so far. Montreal's busy. Buying out Alsner, making the Domi trade. Now picking Caden Dooley.
Not a bad pick. It's a good safe pick.
Big stuff.
I could see maybe going 4 or 5 down to pick them, but in a draft like this where picks are being taken because it's a little bit up in the air. Giulia at 16. I had him at 13, so going to Carolina. Yeah. And in a draft that seems to have a bit less defensive talent, maybe a defenseman gets picked earlier for a team that does want one.
If anyone's watching who isn't subscribed to the channel, appreciate it if you would subscribe. We got some hockey stuff coming out. A lot of talk, a lot of video games, good times, chill videos, so make sure you hit that subscribe button. Before you go today. Oh, we got a new pick.
Will be made by New Jersey Devils General Manager Tom Fitzgerald.
Thank you. The New Jersey Devils are proud to select from Chicoutimi center Dawson Mercer.
There he goes. There goes Dawson Mercer.
Mm-hmm.
New Jersey loving that Dawson Mercer fell to them.
Yes, that's a steal.
Team Canada player in the World Juniors. Got some decent minutes.
We both had Dylan Holloway.
We both had Holloway.
Yeah. For the same reason, I think Mercer brings the exact same kind of skills, but I think Mercer's a bit better.
I forget who I had them picking at 20. Oh, it's Paterka. Paterka. Good stuff, man. Jersey's looking good, dude.
Mm-hmm. He's gonna play really well, whether he plays on the wing with Hughes or Heishier, or if he plays third line center. However this goes, looks a really good future for New Jersey.
Hanging out with Holtz and Dawson Mercer so far. Talk about fixing your offense.
Mm-hmm.
The Newfoundland boy. You haven't listed as a center.
Mm-hmm. I've seen him listed as a center. I've seen him mostly as a winger, though.
Yeah, mostly as a winger, I think.
And on a team like New Jersey, you have to imagine that he'll play both. Third line center and up and down the wing with on the first two lines.
Yeah. Shawinigan, right?
Mm-hmm.
Curious who Jersey has at 20. Because now we're starting to get into a next level of people here. Once I think Noel Gunler is gone and once Schneider is gone, then we're kind of in the next level of the first round.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, having seen them not take Sanderson, I think they might take Schneider.
Yeah, if he's still available to them, take forward defenseman.
Yeah.
Yo, if the New Jersey Devils make away with Holtz, Dawson Mercer, and Braden Schneider, holy crap!
And they beat Ottawa in
What
this
a
draft,
dude.
In my opinion, on the top 20.
Yeah, what a draft did they do that? But first they got about Dawson Mercer, Braden Schneider's got to get through Calgary at 19.
Mm-hmm.
I had them picking Reichel here. Rip me.
I had them picking Jack Quinn.
Right. Ew.
I'm not a fan of Jack Quinn. He played second line minutes. He did not play on the first line. He got, as a result, he played against weaker team. Like he played against a weaker line on other teams, and I think that for that, I think his goals might have been inflated because of that. And it's a little bit of a streaky scorer, so I had him dropping 19th. But I see why. You put up 50 goals, you're on everybody's radar.
You're a premier goal scorer in the OHL. You're a top 10 pick, really.
Yeah. The holes in his game, they're like, yeah, but he scored 50 goals. So. Yeah. And I feel like for goal scorers, because, putting the puck in the net, that's the end game. They're more willing to overlook flaws in a sniper than they would in a playmaker and a two-way forward and a grinder. And they're like, hey, yeah, you can just put the puck in the net, put them there, and yeah.
Definitely a good point. Can't teach a lethal shot, man. I don't care what you try to do.
Just pure goal-scoring instinct. That doesn't come easily.
That's difficult to teach in a guy. So I can see why Quinn went as high as he did.
I think you can work on your shot. You can't work on your goal-scoring sense, and Jack Quinn has that.
Yeah.
That's why I think he might be coming out of this draft the first high goal scorer. I think he might put up goals really quickly.
Yeah, I wouldn't be shocked. I'd be shocked at all.
Yeah, and Calgary in a tough position now. This is
Guys got options, man. Calgary's got lots of options. To me, I would pick a forward here if I were Calgary.
Gunler?
Yeah, Gunler. Gunler is probably who I would pick here. Gunler's a good player.
Yeah, I really love Gunler. I had him ranked 13th.
I can't remember where I took Gunler.
I took him 16th for Montreal, but I had him ranked a little bit higher. I really love his game. Might be my favorite pick of the draft. If I could pick one 10 to 31 pick, I'd pick Gunler.
Keep asking, telling myself, who did I pick there? I can't remember where I picked that player. I have my list right here. I didn't even pick the 20 for New Jersey in my original draft. Couldn't remember where I took him.
Calgary running out the clock.
Yeah. Here's 19.
Announce a trade. The Calgary Flames are trading pick number 19 in this year's draft, the 2020 draft, to the New York Rangers for selections number 22 and 72 in this year's draft, the 2020 draft. So it's Calgary trades 19 in this year's draft to the Rangers for selections 22 and 72 in the 2020 draft. As a result, New York Rangers, you're now on the clock.
No, other.
No.
No, go. War. There you go.
No, I thought they were just on the clock.
Okay, so we're standing by for the New York Rangers to make their pick. You know
they're
what I
on the
wonder
clock.
about?
Oh, I thought they're making the
Hendricks
pick.
Lapierre.
You had me worried.
Very, very interesting, because if you look at three New Jersey picks and they pick next,
they really want a guy at 19. That's good. That's good asset management. I like when teams do this on Calgary's part. You don't like your picks. You slide down in the draft a little bit. Not that far. They went from 19 to 24.
And picked up a third.
And picked up a third. Picked up a 72nd. And a draft this deep, that is big. I like when teams do this. Especially in this range. Like the 20 to 30-ish range. Picks in this range get traded all the time to pick up another asset. How many good third round guys there have been in the last few years? A lot.
There are a few that are projected to be in the third that are going to be really good.
Yeah, really skilled players. So I like this. The Rangers are going for it. Going for somebody. They went, okay, I don't think this player's going to drop any further. Maybe it's Braden Schneider. Maybe they go, hey, we're going to get him. Or maybe they talk to Calgary and they, hey, we're going to pick this player, but then that's the Rangers, the player they want, so they traded for him. I don't know. Obviously, this won't update, but cap friendly will still have Calgary here. But Calgary did just trade the pick to the New York Rangers for the Rangers' 24th and 72nd pick, is what just happened. Little pick flipping. It's good.
Yeah, it reminds me of in the 2016 draft, New Jersey gave up a third round pick and the 11th for Ottawa's 10th.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Moving picks around.
Or the other way around.
Moving around assets.
Ottawa gave up the 11th and a third. Just that extra third to change up. I really like when teams do that. Konstantinov in the second and Kiryanov in the third. Oh, that would be a good. That'd be good picks for Florida.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Some good European Russian guys on that board there. A lot of guys in that range that you could pick. High skilled guys, and that's why I like what the Rangers just did.
Mm-hmm.
Or sorry, what the Calgary Flames just did.
Both. You'd think that New York trading up in the draft would be able to make the selection they just traded for a little bit quicker. We're already at 3.5 minutes in here.
New York Rangers general manager Jeff Gorton, with the second pick in the first round for the Rangers, will be selecting the 19th pick.
With the 19th pick from the Brandon Wheat Kings, the New York Rangers select Braden Schneider.
That's what I thought was going to happen.
Mm-hmm. You know, I had New York taking at 22nd Helge Grans.
Yeah.
Instead, they traded up to get the better, in my opinion, right-handed D. But for the same reasons, I really like this pick for New York.
New York's got Braden Schneider, man. That's scary. Scary pick. I like it.
Very scary. Physically, he's one of the scariest people in the draft. He might be physically the strongest in the draft.
Yeah. New York Rangers, baby. Does say Calgary on the pick board still for cap friendly, but it is the New York Rangers pick for Braden Schneider they just traded for. I like it.
Mm-hmm.
Braden Schneider was the guy people are thinking the Leafs are going to take, so dropping to 19 is probably where he should have been. The only reason he was up with Toronto was for need and all that. Oh, true. He's getting the Jacob Trouba comparison already in there. Already in New York Rangers. That's solid. He's a little bit stronger than Trouba.
Yes,
I think.
Certainly stronger than Trouba. Jeff Mooney saying, horrible pick for the Hawks. Passed on Zary, Mercer, Schneider, Reichel. Yeah, that's I couldn't agree more. That's a really weird pick.
It was definitely the biggest question mark. Definitely the biggest weird pick in this draft so far.
You have to wonder if someone in the room said something like, no, he needs to play here. You know.
Yeah, that's the biggest surprise I think of the draft so far is Lucas Reichel at 17, dude. That's tough. Passing up on some really good prospects to take that.
I had them taking Schneider.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought he would have been amazing in a Blackhawks jersey.
I think I had them in my mock draft. I had Caden Gooley there, but I also had Mercer and Schneider going before that pick, so they didn't have a whole lot of option. I have Zary going a little later.
I have him going to Washington.
Yeah, I have him going to Philly at 23.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But yeah, Reichel is way off the board, dude. That's rough. Or it might not be rough. You never know.
Unless next season he plays with like Kane and puts up 30 goals, 60 points. Unless something crazy happens like that, this is a really weird pick.
Stan Bowman definitely on the hot seat though after this pick.
Mm-hmm.
In Chicago Blackhawks fans' eyes, like you're saying. There, Jeff. That's tough.
Mm-hmm. I know what it's like to be a fan of a team that makes really weird choices.
Same though.
Yeah.
Same. This draft is full of fan bases who are kind of tired of it.
Mm-hmm.
Schneider been great along with a lot of young defensemen, but Zary could have been a good scorer to go with Doc. We will see. Yeah.
Yeah, that would have solidified their centers for years to come. Yeah. Doc and Zary.
Zary is what I categorize as a definition of a safe pick. Connor Zary is exactly what he is right now. He's a good player, good all-around guy. Will be a very good pick for whoever picks him, but I think at this point people are going for a little bit more higher potential, a little more higher ceiling. So maybe that's why they picked Reichel. I don't know. Can you please make a comment from before? Did we miss you?
Konstantinov or Karyanov. Oh, I like Konstantinov.
He was better an overall prospect. Yeah, I'd pick Konstantinov too. I definitely pick Konstantinov. Sorry, Anthony, missed your comment.
Yeah, that's. I'm glad you're commenting. Thank you so much, Anthony.
Yeah,
I'm excited to see what the Florida Panthers do in the next round.
Yeah. Never know. It might not be done yet. We got some trades going on in the final part of this round, so we might see Florida jump in here at some point. That'd be interesting.
It's interesting to say that. I think that they're going for less safe picks, more like that potential, but Maverick Bourque hasn't been taken. I think a guy who has a really high potential and maybe an unsafe kind of pick.
Yeah, Maverick Bourque is definitely a risky pick. That's why he's dropped, I think, into the 20s.
I call him a 100-foot player.
Yeah, 100%. I agree with that.
A really high ceiling, really low floor. And if he's a guy with pure offensive talents, and if he can't make it work in that top 6, he doesn't have the bottom 6, tool set to be a grinder, to be a depth kind of guy. So hit or miss with a Maverick Bourque, in my opinion.
Yeah. Jersey's about to come out like gangbusters, though, dude. Jersey's got a
with a
good first round so far.
With Schneider being taken by New York here, I think that I think New Jersey wanted to take a defenseman in Schneider.
Yeah, I think they got sniped, but.
Which means I think I might. I'm surprised Gunler, either Gunler or Peterka, I think is going here.
Those are good picks. Good picks. I don't think they go to the defenseman anymore.
No, I don't think any other defenseman. This might be it.
I think you're reaching a little bit if you take a defenseman here. A guy like Justin Barron, maybe the only guy that I could see going here, but we're about to find out right now.
20 NHL Draft will be made by New Jersey Devils General Manager Tom Fitzgerald.
The New Jersey Devils are proud to select from UFA defenseman Shakir Mukhamadullin.
Let's go, dude.
All right. I'm so happy to see this guy up here.
I like that, man. I was just about to say before, like we had to jump into the pick there, because the Devils have two really good players now, two really good forwards. They might reach a little
down
bit.
The draft.
Take a chance on a guy. I said Justin Barron. This guy's name was the next thing out of my mouth. Shakir Mukhamadullin could be a really good player, dude.
Yeah, I'm a fan of him. I had him as my honorable mention for the in our draft video for the first round. I really like his game.
Let's go. I like that pick, man. I like it. Good pick. Jersey's having a field day, man. I like it.
Yeah, I think with Schneider being taken, I'm like, well, next D. Next D on the list. And it's a tough call, I think. Shakir Mukhamadullin, Yan Kuznetsov, Helge Grans, Topi Niemela.
Yeah, you're high on Topi.
Yeah, I love this kid. I love that kid. He'll probably end up going in the second round.
Yeah, I'd be surprised if Topi Niemela went today, but I do like that player as well.
He's not. He's a complete player already.
Yeah, if they didn't have the picks they had before, there's no way they take this player here. But because they can take a chance, could look like geniuses in 10 years, man. Geniuses.
Oh, Hendricks left.
No, Hendricks left here. I'm so sorry, buddy.
Insane top 20. This has gone incredible.
Good top 20.
I am really high on this.
Good top 20.
I'm glad he's a guy that I like. I actually like. Went out and watched some video on. I watched a few games. Probably watched 20 or 30, different like sets of videos on him. I really liked his game, and I'm glad I did because went high up. He's got an offensive kind of like a peak he can kind of reach. I think he can score a lot of points, and I think that's what puts him above Yan Kuznetsov, who's more of a defenseman kind of guy. That Mukhamadulin's ability to score is really gonna put him up there for New Jersey.
Cool pick.
Mm-hmm.
Really long name. You have to fit it on the back of that jersey.
Yeah. Whew. And I don't think New Jersey pronounced it right either. I think what's his face, GM, kind of botched it.
Yeah, a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But who knows? He might.
All right, that was.
I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right either. What's the longest name in the NHL? It's got to be close. It's like Forsbacka Carlson, maybe, but because it's two names.
Mm-hmm. Non-hyphenated.
It's got to be close.
Mukhamadulin. That's the correct pronunciation.
Yeah. Reichel at 17, man. I keep looking at Reichel at 17 and cringing a little. I was going to have Jake Sanderson as the biggest surprise, but that was it. Lucas Reichel, sorry, not Mukhamadullin. That's just a cool pick. I like that. Anyway, Columbus on the board. Columbus on the board next. I had Jacob Perreault going here.
I think I had Thomas Bordelot.
Yes.
Yeah, about Bordelot. I really liked his transition game in the neutral zone. I thought he'd be a guy that really worked with their defensive style of game.
Yeah, but...
Sorry, you had Maverick work?
Perreault.
Oh, right, Perreault. You thought they could...
I got Torts could
really
the mentality out of him. He's a little lazy, a little bit of a iffy defensive player, kind of like Kaliev from last year.
Lots of skills, but
lots of skills, lots of questions. I thought maybe Torts could get that out of him, but because Gunler is still on the board here, Zary is still on the board here, a lot of guys are still on the board here, man. Obviously, Lapierre is still here. Jan Mishak, you got to start thinking about that guy. Brendan Brisson, Thomas Bordelot, like you said. Ridley Gregg, a couple guys. Gunler, man, though. Gunler.
In the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by Columbus Blue Jackets General Manager Jarmo Kekalainen.
The Columbus Blue Jackets are proud to select from Avangard Omsk of the Continental Hockey League, Yegor Chinakov.
Right winger from the...
Igor Chinakov. Good luck finding him on Cap Friendly.
Yeah, that's going to take me a second, guys, to pull him up on Cap Friendly here on this pick board.
Igor
Chinakov. Chinakov, where's... That's way, way off the board, dude. Where is this guy? What the heck? He's not even in the top 80. I have to search him.
Yeah.
Yegor Chinakov is ranked on Cap Friendly as 186th.
And he's a 2001 baby.
Oh,
February 2001.
My God.
February 2001. Yegor Chinakov.
Oh my God, dude! What
it was
a
on
pick.
nobody's list.
What a pick!
Sorry, we don't have a draft profile on him.
I have nothing on this player.
I've never heard of him.
Wow, what an off the board pick from Jarmo Kekalainen, Columbus right now. Wow, what are their picks like? Why did they have to pick him here?
That was weird.
I'm kind of beside myself about that. What the heck? That's not what I wanted.
You can scroll down to them and yeah.
Freaking Cap Friendly doesn't even know what to do. Columbus, hello.
Yeah, their next pick is in the 3rd round.
They don't have a second pick.
Maybe
they have
could have gotten this guy
third.
with the 3rd.
You might have gotten this kid in the 3rd round, man. I don't know what she's...
At least trade down something. Be like, hey, give us a 3rd round pick for the 27th.
Sportsnet saying Father Vitaly drafted in 1991 by the Rangers. He played 16 seasons in Russia. Model style of play after Artemi Panarin.
He's a, I think,
Russian
from what I read,
scorer,
he's a goal
I
scorer.
guess?
He is a goal scorer from what I read.
Holy hell.
Yeah, this was
I gotta... Hold on. I gotta... Yegor Chenikov. February 1st, 2001, baby. 6 feet, 178 pounds. Plays in, last year, the MHL, which I think is the Russian Junior League.
Yeah, the VHL was the minor.
The VHL is the AHL, and the MHL is the CHL over there. And he had 69 points, nice, in 56 games for Omsk Yazerby.
Yazerby.
Oh my.
Interesting.
Played 2 games in the VHL, which is the AHL equivalent over there. Put 3 points in 2 games. The freaking analysts don't even know what to do, man. Brian Burke is trying to Google this kid.
Yeah, under the table. Like,
they're like,
we can admit we have no idea.
Holy hell.
And this is, it's really rare to get someone in their, like, 2nd draft year in the 1st round.
Anthony says, my internet went down. What were your opinions on my dream draft for Florida? 1st round, Lundell, 2nd, Konstantinov, Karyanov. I like that.
I love that.
Those are high-skilled players, and I think that's what you got to do here. I don't know a whole lot about Karyanov. I'm not going to lie. Konstantinov's a good player. Yeah, I like that. I think just with Lundell, dude, you're set. I like that pick.
It's a good day to be a Florida Panther.
Yeah, it's a good day to be a Florida Panthers fan right now for you, with Lundell as your number 1 pick this year. I think you do whatever the Florida Panthers do whatever they want for 2nd and 3rd. But those 2 picks I think are nice. If your internet went out and you missed the 21st pick, the Columbus Blue Jackets just drafted a guy named Yegor. Chinikov. On cap friendlies, ranked 188th or 89th?
And he's in his draft 2 year. This is his 2nd draft eligible year. He's a year older than everybody else.
Wow.
Yeah, to take a guy in his draft, plus 1 year like that.
Friggin', like, they didn't even spend any time on him. These like the Sportsnet guys are just like,
they don't have any video. They don't have anything to say.
They're just like, I'm gonna defer to you on this one. They're all like, yeah.
And now we're going to Calgary.
Now Calgary's pick. The Calgary's pick because the Rangers traded it to him. So below you'll see the Rangers. It's actually Calgary. They traded with the Flames for 19 and 22 there. They dropped down in the draft to get their guy.
Looks like the time's run up on them for over 30 seconds now.
Oh my god, I have to find out who this player is, dude.
Yeah, this is He must have been ranked really low. He went undrafted in his own draft year. To go 1st round.
To go in the
next year.
1st round, dude. Holy cow. Ooh. Spicy. Jorma Kekalainen doing spicy things, dude. Oh my goodness. Wow.
Hello, Calgary.
Yeah, Calgary, your clock is over.
It's been over for a while.
Wow. Yegor Chenikov.
Interesting.
What a pick, man. That was a big boy pick.
Yeah.
Your whole Kekalainen, dude.
Yeah.
Big boy pick.
Could have gotten him in the 7th round last year, but you spent your first this year. Better late than never, I guess.
Yeah. You could have got him in the 3rd, man. Or you traded up, like, in the 3rd.
Traded down, get that 3rd, and then use that 3rd.
They must really like that guy. Now we're going back.
We have a trade to announce. The Calgary Flames are trading the 22nd selection in the 2020 draft to the Washington Capitals for selections number 24 and 80 in this year's draft, the 2020 draft. So Calgary trades 22 to Washington for 24 and 80, all in this year's draft. Washington, you're on the clock.
All right, so there we go. It's the Washington Capitals. Okay, so we wait for the 5 minutes for the Washington Capitals, and
nope, not yet.
Not yet. So another trade. Calgary trades down again, gets another good pick.
Clearly, they want someone that they think is gonna fall, and they're trying to just pick up an extra few little, the 72nd and 80th. Maybe they can package a few 3rd rounders to a 2nd.
You mentioned it while we were muted. They might be having their eye on a defenseman, and that's why they're trying to get into that area of the draft again. Guy like Justin Barron, William Wallinder,
Helge
Grans.
I think between those three, they might be after one of them.
Maybe Wallinder, maybe that's their guy, and they're like, where is he going to go? They're trying to get a sense of where he's going to go, and they keep dropping and dropping and dropping. Because Wallinder at 19 is really high, but Wallinder at 24? It's kind of in the range. I had him at 30.
I had him 44th. I had him a little bit ranked low because I only liked his skating. I had a few other pointers about his game I didn't like, and I had another D, Helge Grans, I had Topi Niemela above him, or Justin Barron above him. Justin Barron could be another one that Calgary's after.
I'm still a little shell-shocked from...
Shakir McCamadoulan?
No,
Lucas Reichel?
Friggin' 21, man. Yegor Chinakhov.
This whole...
I'm a little shell-shocked.
5 have been a really huge shit show. Did not see that coming at all.
Not at all. Anyone see that coming? I dare you. I dare you to point me to the YouTube video where someone had that man being taken at 21. I dare you.
Being taken in your first 3 rounds.
Yeah, even that. Holy hell. What a hot take. Hot takes. So the Washington Capitals on the clock now at 22. Who you got? Gunler still? I had Gunler the last 2 picks.
Yeah, that's...
Who knows now?
Jesus Christ. I thought that Washington was going for Connor Zary.
Yeah. Peterka could be another guy. I just heard them mention his name. He's still there.
Peterka, Zary, Noel Gunler. I'm so surprised Gunler has not been taken. I'm going to call him now the steal of the draft if he's going to go here.
Yeah. Hendrix Lapierre, they're talking about now. Starting to fall where people were having him selected, where I had him selected at 16. It's the injury thing with Lapierre, man. It's just the injury thing.
And I see him dropping to the 2nd round just because of that. And I almost said the same for Justin Barron, though I have him going 31st.
In the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by Washington Capitals Executive Vice President and General Manager Brian McClellan.
With the 22nd pick, the Washington Capitals are proud to select Hendrix Lapierre.
Hendrix Lapierre going, man.
Yeah, there he
Hendrix
goes.
Lapierre. The Washington Capital.
I think they're just, now, don't quote me on this, but this pick could give Ovechkin, could help him break Gretzky's goal record. I think Hendrix Lapierre, he's if not for his injuries, what is a top 10, you know?
Yeah, he's a top 10 pick.
He's
not
the
for his injuries last
third, in my opinion, the third best playmaker in this draft. He's just got so much elite skill. Not the biggest goal scorer, but that's it. The only knock on him is goal scoring. Okay, puts up assists instead. And then the injury. And outside of that, you know, that's really just an injury concern because I don't see a playmaker not scoring to be a concern. I think that's a highlight.
Good player, man. I like that pick.
Board so happy too.
The board below me says the Rangers. This was just the Washington Capitals pick because it was traded. But obviously Cap Friendly is not going to update that. Washington Capitals picking Hendrix Lapierre at 22.
And they're showing his in February 6th, 2019 got a concussion. October 23rd got a concussion. And then February again he had a concussion, but it was determined to be a shoulder injury. Or neck injury, sorry.
Neck injury. Specifically, it was a C1 and C2 vertebrae in his upper, like that's right here in your neck. That's really high. We're having some issues there, and that was causing some concussion-like symptoms that they were misdiagnosing. Apparently, they fixed that. They won't have that problem anymore. So the one concussion turned into this weird, is it a neck injury? Is it a head injury? Where is it? So
he's really had two. Well, his last concussion was a year ago.
Yeah.
And he's been healthy since, other than the neck injury, which is unrelated to the head now.
He's been healthy, he's been training, he's been doing all of it, what he needs to do. So, I think this is a little low. I think this is going to be a little bit of a steal in a few years from now, to be honest. I think Lapierre is going to be a really good player. And is the last...
I really hope he has a bright future, you know. It's ahead of him, it's there.
The last first overall pick from the CHL to be taken, if I'm not wrong. He's picked number 1 for the CHL draft. The other three I think were Lafreniere, Goulet, and Perfetti. Better be right on that Perfetti one. I don't know actually. That's good. I like it.
Wow.
Philly on the board now. I had Philly taking Connor Zary, but the fact that Noah Gunler hasn't been picked yet.
Wow, I'm so surprised. And you know they're showing video of Hendrix Lapierre in his home, and you can tell the last 4 or 5 picks they kind of brush over him, and he's got this kind of a frown on him, looking side to side like he's, you know, you can tell his whole family's there. They're excited. They pat him on the back, and he's like, "Am I about to not get named here?"
Yeah,
I'm really happy.
Yeah, Noah Gunler or Connor Zary, I think, is the Philadelphia Flyers pick.
I think they're gonna go for Gunler, but I've said that for 4 or 5 in a row now. So
yeah, now we got hit with a freaking Yegor Chinakhov, Columbus. We got hit with that. So I don't know anymore. Wow. Good draft so far, guys. I'm really enjoying this draft so far. Excited what happens day 2. Day 2, you definitely see a lot of moves, a lot of pick moves. Curious if we see any player movement in there. But no, it's been a great draft so far, guys. Thanks so much for tuning in so far this far into the draft. Really appreciate it. Hendrix Lapierre going 22. I had him at 16 for Montreal. I thought that'd be cool, but Washington picked him here at 22, which is pretty good. I think he'll be happy with that one. I think the Capitals will be happy with that pick in a few years. Philly, don't do anything crazy. My brain can't take it anymore, man. After Yegor Chinakhov, I need to lay down.
That boggles my mind. 21st overall. You know the next 20 picks are gonna do. better. Like maybe like be ranked a little
high upside, I guess. Been live for over 3 hours. So thank you guys
Chuck
for
Fletcher just said
hanging out.
We'd love another goal scorer.
Yeah.
If that's what they're thinking, Gunler's on the board as a goal scorer with two-way upside. He's got that. Gunler.
Gunler, baby, come on.
Mm-hmm.
You still have another pick, too.
Yeah, 20. If Gunler goes to Ottawa.
Yeah, drops all the way to Ottawa, dude. I'd be
Now I'm looking at Jan Myshak going to Ottawa. I'm thinking, oh.
I want my Tyson Forster pick.
Mm.
Philadelphia Flyers general manager Chuck Fletcher will be making the 23rd selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
This past July, Philadelphia Flyers scout Jack McElhargy passed away after a battle with cancer. Jack made countless contributions to the Flyers over the years as a player, assistant coach, and scout. Today and every day, we miss Jack's insight, wit, and sense of humor. Jack played a big role in the drafting of several players currently within our organization. This draft, we honor and remember Jack as we select the next class of Flyers prospects. With the 23rd selection, Philadelphia selects from Barry Tyson Forster.
Hello.
Tyson Forster. Who you thought was going to Ottawa?
I thought he was going to Ottawa for sure, dude.
Big goal scorer they got. They said they wanted goal scoring. I don't think you're going to get much better goal scoring at this pick.
I really like Tyson Forster. I really like this player. I'm glad I was a little bit vindicated on that.
What other goal scorers do you have? Brendan Brisson?
I don't have Brisson in the first round, actually. He fell out of my first round. Just barely. Just barely.
Same. I have him with Forster to being these power play specialists almost. Really good goal scorers. Really good on the power play. I said the same about both of them. It was hard to rank one over the other.
Tyson Forster, man. Good player. Good player. Gets that Mark Stone comparison. Mark Stone dropped into the, 6th round?
Yep.
Because he had a hard time skating, but then he figured it out. And now he's a beast, and everyone's afraid of missing on that kind of player again. So that's why Forster is now a 1st-round pick and not a 5th-round pick. If you can think you can teach him how to skate properly and fix his mechanics, then hello. Really, really good pick here. He missed on Forster. Showing a little text message between Sam Cosentino and the late Dale Hawerchuk. I guess Cosentino did a mock draft video board at some point in the summer, and Dale, who was a close friend of him, texted him and said, "Hey, you missed on Tyson Forster. He's a good player." Dale obviously Dale Hawerchuk was one of the coaches in the Barry Colts organization, which is where Tyson Forster's from. So yeah, a lot of insight there. Tyson Forster, good player. I like that pick. I like that pick for Philly. Seems like a Philadelphia player too.
Yeah, that does seem like a good pick.
He's a very prototypical Philly guy. Broad Street Bully-esque Philadelphia Flyers.
Yeah, he's got a grit to him that I really like. Yeah, in my 20 to 35, 40 zone, hey, it's up in the air. Yeah. That ledge, right?
Yeah, all this zone.
The same ledge.
There's a bunch of guys that he didn't have in the first round that will be here, and I had in the first round that will not be here. There's a bunch of guys. Comparable on the board right now is Steven Stamkos. Oh.
I do think that's actually a good comparable.
Good comparison.
I don't think he'll reach that, not quite that 50-60 goal potential, but he plays a lot like him.
No, I'd be surprised if he got to 50 goals in his career, but 40 is not the question. Got a cannon. An absolute bomb. a shot. I like this pick here for Philly. Now, Washington's pick is actually Calgary's pick, right? Next to 24th?
Yes, Calgary's picking at 24th.
24th. It says Washington there. It's actually Calgary because they've traded a couple times now. Once to the Rangers pick at 22 and once to 20, now again to 24. So if their guy's still there, hope they didn't get sniped with Forster.
Yeah.
That would suck.
Hope they didn't get sniped there. I'm projecting a defenseman, though. That's what I'm predicting them to do. If they're not going to, again, trade him.
I think they said that they were going to be taking a defenseman. I think one of the notes that Sportsnet said is that GM, what's his face, said, yeah, we're probably either going for a goalie or defense.
I don't know who the best goalie after
they're
was.
not. That's...
Is it Tyler Dawes?
No, it's a Russian guy.
Russian?
I think there's another Russian guy.
Tyler Dawes. Is that what his name is?
Nico Dawes.
Nico Dawes.
Yeah, Nico Dawes is pretty good. There's another Russian that's up there that's really good.
About to see another trade on Calgary's part?
Maybe.
Guy's standing at the podium, so he must be picking.
Probably a D. So if they go for D, I'm thinking Barron, Willander, Grounds. Or,
I like Willander over all those guys, just from his skating.
In Calgary, I might go Helge Grounds, because I see like a really high offensive kind of thing that could really pick up Calgary's what they lacked in offense this year.
Kazan, apparently.
Calgary Flames general manager Brad Treliving will be making the 24th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
Thanks, Gary. I'm proud to introduce to make our 2020 selection former Flames captain, former Flames great, and Hockey Hall of Famer Lanny McDonald. Lanny?
Thank you, Brad. It's been almost 50 years since my name was called at the NHL Draft. It's one of those great memories in a young player's career, and still to this day, it is for me. Now, the draft has certainly changed a lot since my day in 1973. But no matter if it's a phone call, a big stage, or today virtual, it's a special day and an honor to pull on an NHL jersey over your head for the first time. I have the privilege tonight to welcome this young man to the Calgary Flames to carry on our traditions and legacy. I'll ask Flames Director of Amateur Scouting, Todd Button, to bring the jersey forward. Thank you, Todd. And with the 24th selection in the 2020 NHL Entry Draft, the Calgary Flames select center Connor Zary from the Kamloops Blazers.
What a production there.
Yeah, and this is actually the exact spot I thought Zary would be picked. I thought he'd go 24th to Washington, and he went 24th to Calgary instead.
I had him in Philly, but still, pretty close at this point in the draft. Where is he? Pretty close in the draft, but notably, Noel Gunler.
Yeah, I think
still
this is a.
I would be shocked if he got by Colorado.
Yeah, this is like.
I would be.
I'm shocked he's here. That's
big surprised.
Connor Zary, again, good player. What we said before, all around, just solid hockey player, man. He's got the skills, he's got the speed, he's got the all-around ability. He's gonna be a really good.
Yeah, you like to
really
say
good pick.
Safe pick. I like to say what you see is what you get.
Sorry, guys. Choking on something.
Mm-hmm. I like to say, what you see is what you get with them. Just all on the ice, all there, giving it. Doesn't have any hidden talents. Doesn't have any hidden mistakes and flaws. It's all out there, just playing his game.
Yep, doing his thing. I didn't know they gave us that.
Mm-hmm. And they're saying second liner. I see third liner, maybe.
As comparable up there as Bo Horvat. I do like that. Good pick for Calgary, man. I like that pick.
I like to compare Dawson Mercer to Bo Horvat.
Ah, yeah.
Mm-hmm. It is a good comparable, though.
Another good comparable.
Mm-hmm. Guy, strong work ethic. He's always there. Just what you see is what you get.
Downright clever shooter, they said.
Mm-hmm.
Never went back-to-back games without scoring a point.
Wow.
In 1920. Good player, man. This first round is deep. First round is really deep.
They say that Sportsnet's saying his skating and physicality are places to improve, but I disagree. I think his physicality is actually up there in the draft.
His skating isn't bad too. They're definitely reaching for things to.
Yeah, when you're so well-rounded, right? When you're a well-rounded player like he is, you really got to pick for a weakness.
Yeah, sure. Is his skating Alexis Lafreniere level? No. So they got to be. He does work on his skating. No, he doesn't have to. He works on his all-around game. He's a good hockey player.
And Dober prospects saying, great speed. So, Sportsnet just trying to pick him apart for some reason.
They just trying to say something about the player. Colorado on the clock.
Gunler. Noel
Please, Gunler, yeah. I had Gunler going to New Jersey.
The 20th?
Yeah.
18th?
20th.
I'm a huge Ottawa fan, but I don't want to see Gunler drop to Ottawa. It would be it's rude.
Guys that I selected in my mock draft that aren't here yet. Jacob Perreault, Maverick Bork. Was Jacob Perreault picked? No. Jacob Perreault, Maverick Bork, JJ Peterka is my next guy.
Peterka, and
obviously Gunler as well.
Gunler, yeah. I'd Bordelot.
Yeah, Bordelot's off the board for you.
Bordelot 21 for Columbus. Yegor Chinakhov. What a fucking selection.
And Shakir Makamadulan, back to back. So lots of guys in this draft, man, that are good players. Good players. Guys that, if they were picked last year, would be in the teens.
Mm-hmm.
Guys like Gunler, guys like Perreault, guys like Zary.
Yeah, this is...
Even guys like Maverick Bork, who might have slipped. Guys are still here. There's still some serious talent in this draft.
Yeah, you have a future 60, 70 point guy, still sitting in here. Yeah, 4 of them still sitting in this draft.
Yeah. Colorado's got a really, really deep prospect pool, so I'm really curious what they do with this. I think they go for high potential instead of a safer pick. So maybe they take a guy like Maverick Bork here. Or I almost said Yannick Perreault. Jacob Perreault.
I can see them going for that elite talent over a safer pick.
Guys in their development system right now. They just showed it. They got a lot of players.
Gunler and Lysak are very... Gunler's a very safe pick, but it's also a safe pick for a top 6 forward, so fuck.
Yeah. Colorado's pick is in, apparently. Colorado's so good, dude. I'm really curious. They have so much cap room. I'm really curious what they do in the offseason if they go after a guy like
Ridley Gregg.
Ridley Gregg I have going next in my mock draft.
To go into Ottawa.
All right, we're going back.
In the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by Colorado Avalanche General Manager Joe Sakic.
Thank you, Gary. With the 25th pick, the Colorado Avalanche are proud to select from the Halifax Mooseheads, Justin Barron.
Yo,
the Colorado Avalanche's defensive prospects are insane.
Yeah, I had them taking Topi Niemela at this pick. I had a feeling they were going for a right-handed D. And I just had this feeling that they really strong forwards, they're really tight core. What they could use as another right-hand defenseman. Justin Barron.
They have Kyle McCarr already up there. They got Bowen Byram. They got Connor Timmins, and now they got Justin Barron. Oh, defense, man. Holy crap. Good pick, man. Another guy that got a little bit slowed down by injury that otherwise probably would have made it inside the top 20, if not maybe the top 15.
I'm surprised that going down the draft, Shakir Mukhamadullin got taken over Justin Barron.
Yeah.
For defenseman.
Yeah, if they were going to draft a defenseman that high on purpose, why not Justin Barron? It's the injury factor. The injury factor, again, bites some guys. Really does. Smart size and two-way player are what make him a great pick for any team, according to the Hockey Writers. Yeah, he had a blood clot that was deemed not a genetic issue. It was just a random fluke thing that happened. He had surgery to repair it. And, yeah, he missed a good chunk of time. Still led all defensemen on his team, I think the Halifax Mooseheads, in the Q. Still led all the defensemen on his team in points, regardless
so
of
the
missing
Q is
time.
not known for producing big defensemen.
No, a big scoring league, right? So being a defensive defenseman in the Q, you get overlooked a lot. But he's good. He's a good two-way guy. I like Justin Barrett. I really do. I had him ranked a little higher. In my mock draft, I had him picked after this. I think I had Anaheim picking him, if I'm not mistaken. I could be wrong. Justin Barron, good pick. But again, Noel Gunler is still not here. Wow. The biggest free fall in the draft so far, 100%.
Which means with the 28th pick, Ottawa has, whoever goes, it can be Gregg, Myshak, Gunler. I think that's a...
You got a couple good options for you coming at 28 for sure. Because St. Louis, this is what happens. I mentioned it previously in the stream if you weren't here. Teams have their pick a lot of the times. They have, okay, if we're available, this guy is available, he is our guy. And then a guy that they weren't expecting to fall to them falls to them, and then they kind of panic and they go, oh, okay, but then they draft the guy they were originally going to anyway. That seems to be, to me, what is happening here with Gunler. Gunler, I don't think, was in a lot of guys, rankings to drop all the way to 26.
No. But because no team said, hey, I want that guy, he ended up dropping to 26.
He ended up dropping. Candidate for a steal-looking pick in a few years. Last, 6 picks of the draft? 5 picks of the draft? We're almost at the end of this. They said it was going to end at 10. They lied.
Yeah, they are a pack of liars.
10 p.m. Eastern Time. It is 10:10 p.m. Eastern Time right now. So they're a little over. Just in their presentation. Been really good. I've enjoyed the presentation of the virtual NHL draft so far. They got a bunch of cameras in people's houses and stuff. They're good. The webcams set up all over the place.
I could see them doing it again.
Kate Berry, hey, how you doing?
How you doing, Kate?
Hope you're enjoying the NHL draft tonight.
Yeah, let us know which pick you think is the biggest surprise.
Where is this? Oh, they're just showing like a video of the prospects now. Little hype up video. Some young kids doing fishing. Good go Pens. I thank you and the Pittsburgh Penguins as a Leaf fan, as you can tell, for the pick you gave us for Kasperi Kapanen. It's much appreciated. If I recall, the Pens don't have a first-round pick in this year's draft.
They gave it up. Not the first time that the Pittsburgh Penguins have traded their first-round pick in the past 5 years.
Yeah. Pens are a good team, though. They're kind of retooling, fixing a little something there. Pens are a good team. I still like the Pens.
I think they have another shot at a cup before Crosby's
yeah,
retired.
I think they get one or two more opportunities to make a good playoff run. I wouldn't be surprised. Currently, St. Louis Blues are on the clock. We're talking about Noel Gunler being available still. I have Ridley Gregg going here, but I did not have Gunler available.
Yeah, I had a Jan Mysak going.
We're going back to the pick.
The 26th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by St. Louis Blues General Manager Doug Armstrong.
The St. Louis Blues select from Edmonton, Jake Neighbors.
I love the reaction of their families and stuff. They all freak out. Jake Neighbors is a good pick. I had him going to Dallas, I think.
I had him ranked 35th. I had him really early second round. Right with, it was hard to pick, Ozzy Weisblatt, another guy who's a really good playmaking winger, the two of them.
Jake Neighbors is where on this board? There he is. Jake Neighbors is there. And Kate, I think the big surprise was Dylan Holloway going to the Oilers. I live in Wisconsin. Yeah, I think it was a reach. Did you see Dylan Holloway play at all if you live in Wisconsin? I don't know how the university games work there, but if you saw any of his action, that's a good team. They got a lot of top-end guys on that Wisconsin team, so it's an interesting team to go and watch if you're able to go see that. That's awesome. Definitely a reach, I think, for Oilers, but could be a really good player, man. The ceiling's really high on Dylan Holloway. For me, the biggest surprise was 21 at Columbus, whatever his name was.
Igor Chinakhov.
Igor Chinakhov. A guy that I didn't know who that was. I had to search him on Cap Friendly, and we had to do a little research on the fly on that player. I didn't do any research on that guy. We get a mock draft video on the channel. Didn't even touch.
I got to go to a lot of games. That is awesome.
Nice.
I've always wanted to go to NCAA games.
Yeah, I don't see a lot of video coming out of the U.S. development team and university games. They're not really televised where we are. We're from Canada. We're from the Toronto area in Canada, so we don't get to see a lot of American hockey, especially in the university level.
If anything, sometimes we get more European hockey than American hockey.
It's really weird. It's really weird. You'd think there'd be more American hockey on, especially in the southern part of Canada where Toronto is, but nope, weird. Oh well. Can't watch all the hockey.
Even though I'd like to.
Good pick for St. Louis. I see it. He's a guy that puts in 110%. He's got high commitment effort.
Jake Neighbors is a fierce competitor. Jake Neighbors is a really good, really good player.
They said, this face GM said for St. Louis, so we have a really good roster as is. The pick they're making, they know they're selecting for the future. And a guy like Jake Neighbors, a good character guy, he's going to play. Safe pick.
Yep. Says models his game after Calgary's Matthew Tkachuk. That's a yikes.
Yeah, Neighbors got drafted by St. Louis.
Yeah. Yeah, Jake Neighbors at 26 to St. Louis. A little higher than some people had them on their board, but is not a crazy idea to draft him here at 26. I like that spelling, yeah. It's a good name. It's a good hockey name.
Yeah, I like the inclusion of the U. In Canada, we add the U to Neighbors.
Yeah. It's the Canadian spelling of neighbor. Like color. Honor. There's a couple Canadianized spellings of O-U-R versus O-R. I don't know why that is.
American thing? I don't know.
I never understood it. Because, yeah, this is a British spelling. Anaheim on the board. Notable players still available here. At 27, we still got Noah Gunler on the board. Jan Mishak, Brendan Brisson, Thomas Bordelot, Maverick Bourque, Jacob Perreault. There's a lot of guys that are still available here, man, that are really good players. Marat Kuznatinov, perhaps. Ridley Gregg, William Wallinder.
General manager Martin Madden will be making the 27th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
The Anaheim Ducks are excited to select from the Sarnia Sting, Jacob Perreault.
Yo, the Sarnia Sting.
The next pick, Ottawa selects Jacob Perreault.
No, Anaheim.
Anaheim. Oh, so what did I just say?
He's at Ottawa. Oops. He's got Ottawa on the brain. He's wearing the Ottawa colors. That's his next pick. Anaheim picked Jacob Perreault.
This guy who's got some elite talents, but he was dropped from the Hlinka Cup just because they didn't like his game.
Little bit of a work ethic problem.
He gives up on skating a little bit, and they don't like that. They want to see him commit a little bit harder, and he was cut from that team, and there are guys who were significantly, ranked lower than him who got picked over him to play on that team just because of his work ethic.
Yeah, a little bit of a work ethic problem. Skating is, I think, at almost elite level. I think he's a really good skater. People are a little bit down on it. I think he's really fast. Really fast. He needs to work on his edges, agility a little bit, but a good player here. And if he ages out of that little bit of a mental thing that he has going for him sometimes, takes shifts off. If you can get that out of him, man, woo.
Especially on a team like Anaheim that could really use that scoring.
Yeah.
If he maybe plays with Getzlaf in a few years, I could see a guy like Getzlaf really training him to be increase that work ethic a little bit.
Yeah, they're just showing some stats from the NHL fitness testing. 30-meter forward skate, 30-meter forward skate with the puck, reaction speed, weave agility with puck. I don't know what that means, and weave agility without the puck. He was ranked first in everything except weave agility when he was ranked second. So he's one of the best skaters in this draft, for sure. Because of that, you can't really eat him.
When he skates.
When he skates. When he skates into the play and tries, he's a really good player. So if they can get him to do it all the time consistently, really big steal here.
And
really
he says steal. Apparently, to quote himself, he says, "I'm pretty good at the face-offs too." His dad's shown him a couple tricks. So we'll see if he can maybe play on the center in Ottawa.
Yeah, Jacob Perreault, son of Yannick Perreault. Played a little bit for the Leafs, right, for me. Yannick is kind of the opposite of his son Jacob. Yannick was a very steady, slower defensive specialist. So Ottawa has the next pick at 28 there, Kate. Ottawa Senators, my boy over here is sweating.
If Ottawa gets no Gunler.
No, I know. Gunler's here, man. He's here for you.
I was gonna say New Jersey might have stolen this draft from Ottawa, but if Ottawa manages to get no Gunler here, I'm just.
Kate, if you're ever wondering who the next pick is, I kind of keep track of it down below me, below the mock draft. We have all the picks and who's left here. So we got Ottawa, Vegas, Dallas, and San Jose left to pick in the first round. If you're ever wondering who's picked or who's up next, that's where to find that on the stream. If anyone is new here, we are Dopamon. We make hockey-related videos, either like this discussion in our mock draft or gaming content. Obviously, NHL 21 is coming out soon, so if you are interested in any of that content, feel free to subscribe. It's absolutely free to subscribe on YouTube, and you'll be notified when we go live. If we go live in the future for some live streams. Imagine if Rossi falls to Buffalo at 8. That would be insane.
That would be.
That would be. You're right.
Imagine if they take Jack Quinn instead.
They took.
They took Jack Quinn.
They took Jack Quinn.
Then Marco Rossi went to win.
Rossi
went to
went
Minnesota.
Quinn, Rossi, Perfetti. Yeah, that was a weird part of the draft for me. I'm new. New to YouTube or new to
the channel?
New to the channel. Obviously, maybe new to the channel.
I know Noah. Yeah.
Sorry, Noah.
Yeah.
Okay, if you're new, welcome. Welcome to the channel. I enjoy having you here. Thank you so much for tuning in.
Mm-hmm.
We're coming to the end of the draft here, fellas. We're almost there. Been live for a little over 3.5 hours, reacting to each pick of the draft and giving our point of view and our analysis on each of these guys. A couple guys that kind of went off the board. Bunch of drops, bunch of shady picks. Guys going a lot higher than they should have.
Gone a lot lower than they should have.
Namely, Reichel, Chinnikov, even a guy like Neighbors. Guys falling.
With Paterka and Gunler still on the board.
Yeah, Paterka. I forgot about Paterka. He's still available too.
That's why Ottawa taking Greg, Paterka, Gunler. Yeah, to Ottawa.
Sens pick is in.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see who they pick here in a second.
Trent Mann, Chief Amateur Scout for the Ottawa Senators, will be making the 28th selection in the first round of the 2020 NHL Draft.
With the 28th selection, the Ottawa Senators are proud to select from Brandon of the WHL, Ridley Gregg.
All right, Ridley Gregg.
Ridley Gregg is who I thought Ottawa would take. In my my draft, mock draft, I had him. For me, it's with the departure of Bobby Ryan, with the departure of Mark Borowiecki, Ottawa's lost a lot of that character, and in the locker room, on the ice, and that's something that Eugene Melnyk really said that he was looking for, and Ridley Gregg just brings exactly that. He's a smaller guy, but he plays big. He's got big hits, big shots, big drives to the net, got a big smile and a big attitude, which is most important. He's the kind of guy that, he's getting taken off in the penalty box, and he's sitting there laughing and smiling in the box, and it's a guy Ottawa could really use. He's got grit and determination that he's already he's already a fan favorite in Ottawa.
He's a great pick here. Ridley Gregg was born on August 8th, 2002, which means he is very close to being in next year's draft, which means he's a little bit in the development phase, a step behind the rest of his peers. So that's probably why he slipped so far. But he had 60 points for Brandon of the WHL.
And most of them came right in the last 20 games when he really picked it up. We were talking earlier about the guys who are a bit younger in the last half of their draft year, really stepping up their game, and that may be more indicative of their future than the first half of the season, of course. I'm really happy with Ridley Gregg.
Yeah, Ridley Gregg's a good one. I've been picking Tyson Forster here, but he was already picked. Crazy. Yeah, I think they would have picked Greg here
I
anyway.
actually had somebody else taken for Ottawa, and then you told me you knew exactly who Ottawa was going to take. You're like, I'm confident about this one. And I'm like, oh, if Ryan knows, I should know. And this kind of, and I was like, oh, I thought you thought Ridley Gregg. And that convinced me to be like, oh, damn, he'd be a good pick, good fit for Ottawa.
Mark Gregg, his father, selected 15th in his draft year. They just threw that up on the board. Notable father-son drafted players in the first round. Father came a little bit higher. That's awesome for Ottawa. Ottawa with good picks here. I can't tell who won, Ottawa or Jersey.
Yeah, that's. Oof, I think they're the two winners out of this draft.
Yeah, 100%. Vegas is up.
Wow.
Vegas is on the clock. Our final 3 picks in this draft.
I'm gonna be really fucking pissed if Noel Gunler doesn't go in the first round. I'm gonna be pissed off.
Flowers at Vegas, talking about Marc-Andre Fleury. Fleury's a good goalie. I'm curious where he's going to be at. They just re-signed Robin Leonard. They got a couple good goalies now. I'm curious whether Fleury stays in Vegas. He's going to be picked in the expansion draft, I think, regardless. So he's going to be the expansion draft specialist by the end of his career.
Apparently comparables to Mike Richards and Brad Marchand.
Brad Marchand, man. Whew. I hope not. I don't want another Brad Marchand in my freaking division.
I really hope so.
I'm tired of that. No more Brad Marchands in my division for Leaf fans.
I think he's got a bigger smile than Brad Marchand. And better attitude.
Yeah.
Three picks left. Vegas, Dallas, and San Jose.
First time picking 29th overall in franchise history. Thank you, Sportsnet. It's like their 4th draft.
I mean, it was the very first time Chicago had ever taken 17th.
Oh, wow. See, that's a thing. That's something you could say on air. The Chicago Blackhawks were the oldest franchise in the NHL, have never picked 17th. Cool. The Vegas Golden Knights, the newest franchise in the NHL, other than Seattle, who hasn't played yet, is the first time picking.
Did you know they
29.
haven't picked first either?
Yeah. Vegas Golden Knights have also never picked first overall. Weird.
And their pick is in.
Gunler still available, guys. Gunler. If Gunler falls out of the first round, biggest mistake of the draft. We're going over to Bettman now.
The 29th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft will be made by Vegas Golden Knights General Manager Kelly McCrimmon.
With the 29th selection in the first round of the entry draft, the Vegas Golden Knights are pleased to select from the Chicago Steel of the USHL forward Brendan Brisson.
And this is actually who I had also selected at 29th. Brendan Brisson, I think he plays a game very, very similar to Mark Stone. I know the comparison with Forster's been made, but I think Forster's more of a shooter, while Brisson's got like a puck handling ability. And I feel like the type of game that Mark Stone developed, he could teach to Brendan Brisson and really be an effective forward.
Hey Delta, welcome back, buddy. Jumping in the last part of this draft, we're almost done. A bunch of crazy stuff has happened. I don't know if you've been keeping up with the draft. A lot of weird picks. Couple trades. Calgary came down a couple times.
And got Connor Zary. That's a good day for Calgary.
Yeah.
A trade down, get the guy you want.
interesting middle first round of the draft. I didn't have Brandon Brisson in my first round. He almost fell out.
I had him comparable to Forster, and like it was a really tough call for me to pick Brisson. Same with I had Weisblatt and Neighbors, very comparable.
Yeah. Wow, one of Gunler or two of Gunler, Paterka, Granz, Mishak, and Bork, Wallinder are gonna fall out of the first round.
Jesus Christ.
The Rangers have their first pick next round.
New was trading up to
New York was trading up to pick Schneider. Yeah. Can't watch the draft tomorrow because I have school. Ah, it's too bad. It's a long draft though. It's still rounds 2 to 7, so a lot of picks, a lot of stuff's gonna happen. So can't watch it live. That's all right. There'll be tons of action throughout the day, throughout the whole day. Yeah, last I heard New York was trending up to pick Schneider. They did.
Good pick.
Good pick.
Really good pick. I thought that with 22 that they'd pick a right-handed D, Helge Granz, instead, but to trade up for Schneider, that's a step up.
The biggest one was 21. What happened after that? Well, you can recap real quick here for you.
Oh, we might be going
over? No. So after Braden Schneider was picked, 19, New Jersey went to Shakir Makamadullin. Are they about to switch over?
No, we're good.
No, okay, we're good.
Yeah. After
the Columbus Blue Jackets picked the guy named Yegor Chinnikov. It's a guy that's way off the board. The Sportsnet guys were like, who?
Yeah, this is actually his second draft year. He was undrafted last year.
Hendrix Lapierre. This is actually Washington's pick now because it was traded a couple times. Tyson Forster to Philly. Connor Zary to, that would be Calgary. Because they traded Justin Barron, Jake Neighbors, Jacob Perreault, Ridley Gregg, and Brendan Brisson to round out that part of the draft. And now we're in the last 2 picks, man.
And they're just at a commercial break before they do it.
Yeah.
Of course.
They just jumped a commercial on Sportsnet. A couple crazy things happened, man. I mean, I used that you saw because if you saw the Schneider pick, Reichel was picked really early.
Above
was a little bit sus. And Chinnikov, man. I had to Google this guy midstream. I had no idea who he was.
You know, the Reichel and Chinnikov picks kind of go to what we were saying earlier about maybe a goal scorer's, like the holes in their game get overlooked because they can put the puck in the net so well. Reichel's a guy who can score a lot. Same with Chinnikov. They're goal scorers, and maybe because of that, they're like, hey, you know, we'll take a goal scorer higher than we ordinarily would have, than a guy has these holes as a playmaker, has these holes as a two-way kind of guy.
Yeah, I was really surprised at. Definitely 21. Definitely 21 with Chinnikov.
That's oof.
Guy who I thought you could get in like the third round. Gooley, good pick. I like Gooley. Gooley's a good defenseman. He was in that middle, where Schneider would have been picked, but King Gooley went to Montreal.
He's gonna be a good pick and one good player for Montreal.
King Gooley went to, or was a number 1 overall pick for the WHL draft when he was a 16-year-old. So he was the number 1 pick for a major junior league in Canada. So Gooley is a good player. Gooley is no slouch for sure. Your name is Canadian Francais. Does that mean, can I assume you're a Montreal Canadiens fan? If you are, that was a good pick. I'm happy with that.
Yeah,
I'd be happy with Gooley there if I were you, for sure. I thought they'd take Mercer at 16. Mercer definitely fell.
Yeah,
I'm surprised that Mercer fell as far as he did.
I had Mercer at 15. You had Mercer at 14. So
Dallas is making that pick.
Assistant General Manager Scott White will be making the 30th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft.
With the 30th selection in the 2020 NHL Draft, the Dallas Stars select Maverick Bourque of Shawinigan.
Maverick Bourque going to Dallas.
Someone said earlier in our draft, in the comments, asking about what Dallas does, and I had said, in these playoffs, it really showed when Tyler Seguin didn't score that down the middle, Dallas didn't have any scoring. It was something they kind of lacked, and Maverick Bourque, he is a scorer down the middle if there ever was one. He's a really high offensive skills. Bit of a 100-foot player, but for Dallas, it's a good pick. He's a guy that could score a lot of goals in the coming future.
Yeah, he's got a high offensive upside for sure. Yeah, Montreal fan, but like Ottawa too. Bandwagon Blues and Stars fan. I was huge on the Stars bandwagon.
Yeah,
I like Tampa Bay. My favorite player outside of the Leafs in the NHL is Jamie Benn. And I'll tell a quick story about Jamie Benn. Jamie Benn came to my hometown when he was with the World Junior team in I think 2007. So that's 2007 or 2008. It was one of those years. He was a World Junior player, and I was able to go see him practice in my home rink, the one right next to my house where I grew up. And the Canadian team, for some reason, came and trained there before they went. I think it was in Ottawa, the World Junior Championships that year. And he came down the tunnel, and I was there, trying to fist bump all the Canadians players. I was a little bit younger. I was 13 or something, 14 years old. And Jamie Benn was the only player that gave me a fist bump. Everyone was business. John Tavares was on that team. PK Subban was on that team. Pat Quinn was the coach. They were all business. And Jamie Benn comes ripping down the tunnel going, yeah, he was so hype. And from that moment on, I'm like, I like this guy. I hope he becomes a good player. Jamie Benn is
a great captain.
Great captain.
Great captain. He really showed on the right then and there at 18 years old as good leader, good energy guy.
Started cheering for Stars hardcore at the start of the second round.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the only ones to choose them over Colorado. I was kind of surprised when Colorado lost. Colorado was my pick to win the West. So yeah, good pick, man. Great pick if you picked the Stars. Highland Reynolds, how's it going? It's going good, man. We're chilling. We're having a good last end of the draft.
I think Ottawa definitely happy. Going well.
Ottawa definitely had a good day. New Jersey had a good day. Both had 3 picks in the first round. Yeah, no, it's going good, dude. Hope you're enjoying the NHL draft tonight. A lot of action. A lot of crazy stuff that happened. I'm excited about that. I'm excited that it wasn't like exactly what we thought it was going to be. There's a couple guys that were a little higher, a little later than we thought. I'm still blown away that Noah Gunler is still on the board at 31.
Right? Fuck me. I see Peterka, like, maybe being a German, they're not sure about a European player, but fuck.
Really good cap for the Stars, yeah. Yeah, good. They got that under control.
Well, Sanderson to Drysdale.
Sanderson more upside than Drysdale? Yeah, I don't know, man.
Very, very similar. Very similar. I'd have a hard time picking one or the other as well.
I had Drysdale a little higher than Sanderson, but there's some guys that didn't. There's some guys that had Sanderson as the guy with more upside. It depends on what you wanted to see, but yeah, that was definitely a surprise for me personally, in my opinion. I thought they would have taken Drysdale. I thought that was an easy choice, but Sanderson throwing off my mock draft, and yeah, Stützle is gonna be crazy, man.
Yeah, as an Ottawa fan to see the two, particularly with Sanderson and Bernard Docker, 2 amazing defensive prospects in the North Dakota system. Them playing together, they're going to be on the same line. They're going to be partners, and when they make the jump to pros, I have a great outlook for them. Really excited.
Yeah, Stützle was kind of handed to Ottawa. They were picking whoever LA did, but I think they're more than happy with Stützle.
Yeah, that's
more than happy.
I am more than happy. Thank you.
Thanks, guys, so much for hanging out with us tonight. We're almost done our draft here. We're almost done. Coming up 4 hours on this live stream. Really appreciate it.
Yeah, 4 hours in the same chair.
Hey, yeah. Really appreciate it. Thanks for being here. If you haven't already subscribed to the channel, make sure to hit that subscribe button for us. Really helps us out. Is it normal I can only hear you in one headphone? I don't know. It shouldn't be on our end. If it is, I apologize. But no, I think that's on your end, my guy.
I hope not.
Hope not. If not, we'll something to fix for next time.
Yeah.
Last pick. We're in.
The San Jose Sharks Director of Amateur Scouting, Doug Wilson Jr., will make the 31st pick of the 2020 NHL Draft.
The San Jose Sharks are proud to select from the Prince Albert Raiders, Ozzy Weisblatt.
Hey, Highland Rebels, thanks for subscribing, my guy. Really appreciate
you know what? It might be the mic that we have set up. We might have only had the audio being recorded on the left channel and not the right channel. Sincerest apologies.
Yeah, that might be on our end.
That might be our fault.
Maybe, we'll see. I'll look at it afterwards.
Thanks for the heads up.
Who was just selected? Weisblatt?
Yeah, Ozzy Weisblatt.
Oh my goodness.
He's another guy, gives 110%. For the future going forward for San Jose, I think this is a good pick. The guy has a lot of commitment, a lot of energy, and he's going to be a good player one day. Though they're calling him a right winger. I've only seen him on the left wing. It's interesting.
Austin with the sub as well. Thanks so much. Appreciate that. Welcome to the channel. I thought the Rangers might pick Byfield. LOL. You are the only person that thought they might pick Byfield.
That I know there's a lot of people, gave them maybe this guy, maybe Stützle, maybe Byfield, but I thought it was pretty clear, pretty solid number one for Lafreniere.
And that is it. Ozzy Weisblatt is the last pick of the first round of this draft.
I liked him. I actually had Weisblatt ranked a little bit over Jake Neighbors.
Yeah, I had him as like an honorable mention in my mock draft, a guy that I thought could slip in here, and he obviously did. It's fine, they ruined my mock draft. Yo, my mock draft in the top 10 is just like throw the whole thing away.
That's no Gunler, no Paterka. That's oof. Fuck me.
I'm saying just specifically in the top 10 because everyone shifted. I had Rossi at 4, Drysdale, Raymond, Sanderson, and then like everyone got switched around. It's awful. I was pretty good mid rounds, but
yeah, there's a few you got right there, but
mid round picks, but I got like 4 or 5 in a row, like 11 to 14 or whatever.
And I'm glad I saw Ridley Gregg being a fit for Ottawa.
Yep. Yeah, but overall, my mock draft is toast, dude.
I don't think anybody got it perfect. I don't think anybody anywhere saw Igor Chenikov being selected by Columbus. That is just out of the blue.
Yeah, show me. I was gonna say earlier. Show me the mock draft where someone took Chenikov in the first round.
Show me one where they took him at all. Fuck.
Yeah, oh my goodness. We're gonna do a full draft recap as a video on the channel, so be sure to look out for that. We're going to compare what happened to our mock drafts and how right and how terribly wrong I was in a lot of my picks, and we're going to talk about some of the crazy stuff that happened. A little recap video. It won't be too long, but it'll be on the channel in the next couple of days. I also like Vancouver and Carolina. I think one of them will get the cup final next year.
Oh, they're definitely both contenders.
Those are good outside
Carolina
picks.
with maybe a change in net. That's all they need.
Those are good outside picks to sneak into a cup final situation for sure. Carolina is really deep. I think if they can sign a really good goalie, if they can get lucky and grab a goaltender out of the crop that's available this year or through trade, I don't think Mrazek and Reimer is the guys to go for in Carolina. But otherwise, they're really deep and they could make a run in the next couple of years for sure. Vancouver, I think, is maybe a year off, but they went far. They went far this year. If Demko drags them through the playoffs, and Pettersson and Besser and Horvat, they're all doing their thing, man. They could, another team to make a serious run. I was looking at the aux, the mic, trying to figure out what happened.
It's because it's only on the left channel.
No, definitely. It's just like this is the balance.
Oh, it's not the balance. it's the sound card itself has a left and right input.
Oh, okay. Oh. I think Mrazek, Mike Hudobin. Yeah, Hudobin might be a guy. I'm curious what happens with him because of his performance in the playoffs. He played so well. I think he gets, honestly, a little overpaid because of the playoffs. He's a good goalie still, but I think a team's going to reach a little bit for him. I don't think he's a starter. As much as he did really well for Dallas in the playoffs, I don't think Hudobin's a starting goalie. I think he was just put in a situation where he had to play, and he did well.
What makes a good backup goalie is being able to take on the reins when the starter's injured and still playing really well. Maybe not being the starter through the whole season, but being able to string together 15 to 20 in a row or something like that. I think that's what makes a good backup, not a good starter, and Hudobin's that.
Yeah, I agree. Anyway, that's it.
Yeah, that's all they wrote.
Guys who didn't get picked, who are kind of shocking to me. The biggest being Noel Gunler, Jan Mysak,
Thomas
Bordeleau, William Wallinder, Ryan O'Rourke, JJ Paterka, Ty Smilanic.
I know Lucas Cormier. He's having a really good season, Cormier. I'm surprised, like the 2020-2021 season, he started off strong. I'm surprised the team didn't consider him. But that's interesting. That's interesting for sure.
Great draft. Good job. Good job on all the Sportsnet crew and the NHL network and putting this thing together. I know that was probably really difficult for them to throw all the crazy digital draft for this year. Thank you for this interaction. I'll come back tomorrow for sure between courses. Thanks, man. We appreciate that. Hopefully we'll see you in the next videos. Yeah, that was great. Great having everyone tonight. I really appreciate it again, like I said. And yeah, hopefully we'll see you guys in a future video.
Yeah, maybe about 24 hours. Second round draft, full draft recap.
Yeah, second round draft. We're not going to stream the second round, but we'll still talk about it, obviously, if anything crazy happens. But the second round of the draft, if everyone's is interested in watching, is on at 11:30 a.m. It threw me off. I thought it would have been later. Don't let that cross you up. It's at 11:30 a.m. Eastern time. Need to get super chat too. We're actually not monetized on this channel yet. We're working our way toward it. If we get
1,000 subs,
1,000 subs, I think is the level for monetization on YouTube. So
then
that's
we can get super chat.
That's our goal. It'd be a really cool goal for us. But yeah, that'll enable our channel to be monetized. Otherwise, we're just chilling, having a good time talking hockey right now.
We love hockey. We love to spread the love of hockey. We love talking about hockey. We love playing hockey. We're just happy to be here. Monetization or not, we're happy you guys have come to chat and hang out and watch with us because it's been really exciting.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. Really do. All right, we're going to end the stream here, guys.
That's at 4 hours, 4 minutes for us. So
we need to get out of these chairs, walk around a little bit, stretch.
Play some Chell.
Play some Chell, probably, before he takes off. And, yeah. Thank you guys so much for watching. And, yeah. Until next time, we'll always have Pokemon on this channel, as the name implies, but...
we are always dope. Thank you so much.
Peace.